These are true scary camping and hiking stories, each born from bad decisions that spiraled into something unforgettable. Tents pressed in by unseen hands, trams that whisper your name, storms that answer when you call, every mistake a door left open. Settle in, but don't get too comfortable. What you're about to hear are the moments when ordinary hikers took one step too far, and the woods answered back. This is true scary camping and hiking, bad decisions horror stories. My name is Ren Patel, and I have always believed that the woods, no matter how remote, will accept you if you treat them with respect. That belief carried me through years of hiking trips, solo treks, and nights where the trees whispered louder than my own thoughts. It was not naivety that brought me into trouble. It was a quiet arrogance. I thought I could read the forest, thought I could listen to the weather and the trail, and understand what they wanted of me. I thought that when the rain began its chant that evening, I heard an invitation instead of a warning. The rain did not come in a stormy rush. It began in threads, weaving through the canopy till it seemed the leaves were whispering with tongues of water. I was 3 miles from where I had planned to stop, but the forest had grown heavy with mist, and every step seemed more reluctant than the last. When I stumbled upon the lean-to, it was not a discovery but an inevitability. The rain was urging me to stop, to rest, to crawl inside the hollowed shelter of timber and roof tarps. The lean-to was vacant. No smoke stains curled from the fire pit. No packs leaned against the bench inside. It sat like a waiting jaw in the clearing, its mouth open, silent, expectant. I set down my gear and ducked inside. The air was damp but warmer than the outside. My boots squelched faintly against the floorboards as I walked deeper in, shaking water from my hood. I had planned to push further before stopping, but the lean-to felt like a reprieve, a small mercy from the weather. On the bench inside lay a notebook. Its cover was clean, unsmeared by mud or water, and the pages were startlingly crisp, as though no rain or damp had ever touched them. Curiosity overrode fatigue. I sat, lit my headlamp, and opened the first page. The entries were short, 1 sentence each, written in a variety of hands, some angular and precise, others messy and hurried, others looping as if the writer had been distracted. Every single one said the same thing: don't look at the back wall. I flipped through more pages. The same sentence repeated endlessly, in different inks and pens. Black ballpoint, blue gel, pencil smudges. Dozens of hands had passed through this lean-to, and all of them had chosen to write the same warning. My pulse quickened, not from fear but from an uneasy fascination. Why that wall? Why the repetition? I let my headlamp sweep over the shelter. 3 walls were plain logs, darkened by weather, rough, familiar. The 4th, the back wall, was different. At first glance it looked solid, but its surface had a smoothness that caught the light strangely. My eyes lingered. The note was absurd. Do not look. What could be so dangerous in the act of seeing? The warning needled at me, not as a deterrent but as an irresistible dare. I should have left it alone, closed the book, focused on the rain. I should have done what countless others before me had surely resisted, but I did not. I turned my headlamp directly to the back wall. It was not wood. It was not stone. It was canvas, thick, taut, stretched as if it had been nailed into place to imitate the rest of the structure. Its color was the dull gray of fabric soaked through with years of weather. My throat tightened. It did not belong. Something in me said, step back. Something more stubborn said, "Go closer." I reached out. The canvas gave faintly under my palm. The sensation was wrong. There was resistance, but not the solid pushback of wood or tarp. The canvas pressed inward with a softness that felt almost alive. And then pressure came back. A palm matched mine on the other side, lining up finger to finger. Its size was slightly smaller, its texture unnervingly cool. The weight of it was insistent, deliberate, as though whoever, or whatever, was on the other side had been waiting for me to do exactly this. The contact jolted me. My hand snapped back, but the memory of that cold alignment remained on my skin. I stumbled a step away, my lamp beam flickering as I dropped it low. The rain outside had grown heavier, pounding like a heartbeat on the roof. The guest book sat open on the bench, its written voices mocking me with their simplicity. "Don't look. Don't look. Don't look." I should have left then. I should have grabbed my pack, stepped out into the wet night, and walked until my legs collapsed. But leaving meant turning my back on the lean-to on the wall, on the palm that had touched mine. Leaving meant giving my spine to something I did not understand. And so I lingered, frozen, halfway crouched, trying to make sense of the impossible. The canvas shivered. Not from the rain, not from wind. This was a ripple from within. My headlamp shook as my hand trembled. A shadow crossed the inside of the canvas, like the outline of a face leaning in. Features pressed outward faintly. Forehead, cheekbones, the vague indent of a mouth. But smaller, always slightly smaller than human scale. My name cracked from my throat before I could think to stop it. "Hello." The face did not answer, but the palm returned, pressing outward, flattening as if insisting on contact again. I whispered to myself, "It's a trick of the light." Fabric swelling. Water pressure. I spoke the words to ground myself, but my voice was thin and did not sound like belief. The notebook remained open. My eyes darted to it again, to the layers of warnings written by strangers. Different people, different times, but all compelled to record the same thing. Not advice, not an explanation, just a single command. "Don't look." And here I was, staring, hands still trembling from the press of something that should not be there. I crouched lower, grabbed the notebook, and hugged it against my chest like a shield. The canvas quivered again. My breath fogged the air in short bursts, and I realized that inside the lean-to, despite the storm outside, the temperature had dropped. The dampness was no longer humid. It was cold, seeping into my sleeves, into the marrow of my arms. I forced myself to step closer. The beam of my lamp washed over the canvas, illuminating faint stains that I had not noticed before. Dark, finger, long streaks, running down from where palms might have pressed. Dozens of them, as though hand after hand had met the wall. The thought dug into me like claws. How many others had touched it? How many had ignored the warning, pressed their palms, felt the smaller, colder hand greet them back? And if they had written the warning after, what had they seen next? The rain outside pounded louder. The forest seemed gone, erased by water and darkness. The lean-to was a chamber cut away from the world. Reduced to me, the guest book, and the trembling stretch of canvas. I could not hear wind anymore. I could not hear the night animals that had been calling earlier. It was as if the moment my hand touched the wall, all sound had collapsed into the rain and the beating of my heart. Something brushed the canvas from the inside, a dragging sound, like fingers scraping lightly downward. The pressure made the canvas curve, tense, then release. I stumbled back again, This time I did grab my pack, though my hands shook so hard I nearly dropped the straps. I stuffed the notebook inside before I could stop myself. I do not know why. Maybe I wanted proof. Maybe I thought I could read the handwriting in daylight and convince myself it was nothing but coincidence. Maybe I thought leaving it behind would be leaving someone's last words to rot in the damp. My lamp beam caught on the canvas one last time. The faint shape of the face remained angled, as though it were listening. The mouth had deepened, pulled wider. I tore my eyes away and staggered into the rain. The storm swallowed me whole, but it was a relief. The rain on my hood, the mud sucking at my boots, the noise and cold. It felt alive, earthly, real. Behind me the lean-to crouched in the dark clearing, silent again. I did not camp there. I walked until exhaustion drove me to pitch my tent in a ditching hollow, soaked through and trembling. Sleep never came. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt the phantom pressure of that palm against mine, colder than breath, and the faintest pull of my own reflection not quite matching me. And when I finally checked my pack at dawn, the notebook was not inside. Morning came thin and gray, like the sky had been drained. I sat in my tent with my pack spilled open, searching again and again for the notebook that I had been certain I stuffed inside. My fingers combed through damp shirts, half-crushed granola bars, and a flashlight sticky with leaking batteries. No notebook. The edges of my nails ached from digging, as if the harder I searched, the more I could will it back. But it was gone. I told myself the storm had confused me. Maybe I had left it on the bench in the lean-to after all. Maybe I had imagined taking it. That explanation felt almost comforting, until I realized how clearly I remembered. The feel of its cover pressing into my ribs when I hugged it. How my hands had fumbled with the straps as I shoved it into the pack in blind panic. The memory was too sharp to dismiss. The lean-to was 1.5 miles behind me. I could go back, I thought. Return in daylight, see it again, prove to myself that nothing was there. But the thought of stepping back into that clearing made my chest feel like it was packed with gravel. Instead, I rolled up my tent with shaking fingers and pushed forward. The trail was slick, littered with branches and bark that the storm had flayed from the canopy. The forest had that strange washed silence after heavy rain, where every bird seems reluctant to break it. My boots made the only sound. As I walked, I tried to anchor myself in the ordinary. I chewed a protein bar, sipped lukewarm water, adjusted my straps. But every tree trunk began to feel like it was leaning too far. Every hollow seemed to hold something crouched and waiting. When my mind began to drift, it went unbidden to the wall, to that palm pressed against mine, to the face that had no right to exist. By noon, the sky cleared enough for sunlight to poke through, but I felt no warmth. The air stayed cold, tight in my lungs, as if I had carried some of the lean-to's chill with me. At a ridge crossing, I forced myself to stop and breathe, to look at the valley below and let the distance remind me that the world was broad, not just a canvas wall breathing back. I must have stood there longer than I thought, because when I finally continued, the sun had shifted, shadows stretching across the trail. I came to another shelter by mid-afternoon. This one was sturdier, built from stone with a proper fire pit out front. Relief rippled through me. I didn't want to stop, but my legs trembled from fatigue, and my boots had rubbed blisters into my heels. I approached warily, expecting, what? Another guest book with the same message. Another trick wall. but inside there was nothing. Just a few empty cans in the corner, ash in the fireplace, the stale smell of wet clothes long gone. My shoulders loosened slightly. Still, when I unrolled my sleeping bag that night, I positioned myself against the front opening rather than the back wall. I could not stop glancing behind me. The stones looked solid, but I had learned not to trust appearances. Sleep came in fragments. I would doze for 20 minutes, then jerk awake, sure that I had heard footsteps. At some point after midnight, I dreamed, or thought I dreamed, that I was back in the lean-to. The rain was falling again, the canvas glistening with moisture, and my own hand rose, without permission, to press against it. The palm met mine, instantly, eager, too eager, and the fingers laced through, one by one, though the fabric should have been between us. When I tore back in horror, the smaller hand came with me, ripping through, as if the canvas were skin. I woke gasping, heart skittering against my ribs. My hands were empty, but the phantom sensation lingered. The feeling of long, narrow fingers trying to hook into mine. Dawn bled pale light into the shelter. I packed fast, too fast, fumbling buckles and almost leaving my cookpot behind. My stomach snarled for food, but the idea of sitting still to eat made me sick. The next few miles blurred. I walked quickly, head down, the rhythm of my boots a drumbeat. The forest seemed unchanged, yet I could not shake the sensation that I was being paced. The sound was subtle at first, a half step behind, a crunch when I crunched, a pause when I paused. I stopped outright once, holding my breath. The silence that followed was so complete it rang in my ears. I turned slowly, lamp beam cutting through undergrowth though the sun was up. Nothing, just trees, damp and gleaming, their bark darker from the storm. I kept moving. The sound returned. By late afternoon, I came to a trail junction marked by a wooden sign. I almost laughed with relief. Signs meant civilization, meant the Park Service, meant orientation. I traced the carved letters with my finger. One arrow pointed east toward the next trailhead, 6 miles. Another pointed west toward a loop trail. The third arrow, the one that should have been pointing back the way I had come, was blank. The wood was gouged, splintered, as though someone had hacked away the letters deliberately. The unease surged again. I followed the east trail, forcing my pace. I told myself I would reach the trailhead by dusk. I would call a cab or beg a ride and leave the forest behind me. But the miles stretched. The trail wound on, longer than the map in my head said it should be. The shadows grew thicker. My legs screamed. And then, in the thinning light, I saw it ahead, a lean-to. My throat locked. For one wild instant, I told myself it was the same one, that somehow I had looped in a circle. But the clearing was different. The fire pit was built from stone, the roof shingles newer. And yet the shape, the angle, the mouth, like opening, all mirrored what I had left behind. I froze at the edge of the clearing. My boots refused another step. Then I saw something inside. Not movement, just a shape on the bench. My breath hitched. Against every screaming instinct, I walked closer, each step heavy as lead. On the bench lay a notebook. It looked the same black cover, same size. Crisp pages splayed as though it had been set down only moments before. I nearly vomited from the surge of recognition. My fingers trembled as I reached out. The first page was blank. I flipped. The second, blank. The third, blank. Page after page, blank. My panic ebbed into confusion. Had I imagined the writing? Had my storm-fogged brain invented the warnings? I turned another page, and my hand stilled. One line centered in the middle of the paper. Different handwriting again. Thick black marker pressed so hard it bled through. Don't look at the back wall. I slammed the book shut and staggered backward, head shaking. My heel caught on a root and I almost fell. The canvas wall was there, same as before. Not wood, not stone. Canvas, waiting. The air in the lean-to seemed colder than the clearing. My lamp flickered though the batteries were fresh. I whispered to myself, like a child bargaining in the dark. Not again. I'm not touching it. But I could not stop looking. My gaze was pulled, tethered to that unnatural surface. My breath quickened. The memory of that palm on mine burned so fresh, it was as though it had never left. Then the wall rippled. The face pressed forward once more, blurred and incomplete, but closer. The mouth widened, and from inside the canvas, faint and muffled but unmistakable, I heard my name. Wren. The sound of my name came thin, muffled, stretched like it had to travel through water. Still, it was my name. It left no doubt that the thing on the other side of the canvas was not echoing, not random. It was calling me. I stumbled backward until my spine hit the front beam of the lean-to. My name hung in the air, not repeated, not urgent, just stated, like it was already sure I would answer. My lamp beam shook violently, scattering light across the rough benches and onto the floor. My throat dried to sand. I could not force words out, though something in me wanted to. The wall rippled again. Fingers pushed outward. Not one hand this time, but several, smaller than mine, stretching the fabric in uneven lumps. My breath rasped in my chest. Each indentation pressed with a hunger, like a crowd behind glass. I tried to tear myself free from the sight, but my eyes dragged back, fixed as if caught on hooks. A pulse thudded behind my eyes. The guest book lay open where I had dropped it. Its pages fluttered though there was no wind. I couldn't look away from the wall, but the sound of paper flipping was loud, deliberate, as though unseen hands rifled through it. When I finally forced my body to move, it was only to lunge for my pack. My fingers clawed at the straps, pulling it close like a shield. I whispered to myself, harsh and quick, 6 miles east. Trailhead, cars, people. If I repeated it enough, maybe I could make it true. The wall shivered again. The mouth formed clearer this time. It smiled. That broke me. I bolted from the lean-to, pack bouncing against my side, boots scraping on wet roots. The forest swallowed me instantly. Trees packed close, their branches wet with rain that dripped onto my hood. The trail was only half visible in the fading light. I didn't care. I only cared about putting distance between me and the thing behind me. The woods did not stay silent. At first I thought the patter was rain, but it was too steady, too patterned. Footsteps. Dozens of them, light, quick, darting just behind the tree line. My pulse screamed in my ears. I ran faster. Every time I risked a glance, I saw nothing but the dark grit of trunks. Still, the sound kept pace. Wren. The voice hissed again, closer now, from my left, then my right, then ahead. It wasn't one voice. It was many layered, all small. All carrying my name like a secret they shouldn't know. My foot snagged on a root and I hit the ground hard, palms tearing open against gravel. Pain burst through me, sharp enough to bring tears. I pushed up, dizzy, and froze. My hands were not bleeding, not wet with dirt. They were clean, pale, too pale, as though they were not mine. I blinked hard. The dirt returned. The sting returned. My own hands. I scrambled up and kept running, but the certainty sank deep. Something was trying to trade places with me. The trail wound on, endless. My chest burned, my throat tore with every breath. My legs wanted to fold, but fear drove them. The chorus of footsteps never lessened. Then the trees opened. The trailhead sign loomed ahead, its wood darker than the evening sky. Relief surged so sharp it was almost painful. I stumbled forward and stopped. The sign was the same as before. East arrow, west arrow, gouged blank wood where the third should be. I had run in a loop. Hours of running, and I was back at the junction. The forest around me hushed, like everything was holding its breath. I stood shaking, unable to move, my stomach cold as stone. The notebook lay at the base of the sign. I didn't want to touch it. I didn't want to know. But my eyes dragged downward anyway. Its cover was damp, pages fanned from the wet. One had stuck open. This time the sentence wasn't written in one hand, or 10, or 50. It was written in mine. The same slope, the same uneven loop of my R. Dozens of times, scrawled across the page. "Don't look at the back wall," I gagged. My vision spun. My knees gave out and I dropped, pressing fists to my eyes like a child. I wanted to tear the page out, rip the book to pieces, scatter it. But when I opened my eyes, it wasn't at the base of the sign anymore. It was in my hands. The footsteps drew closer, tightening the circle. My lamp beam darted across trunks, but the shadows clung like paint. The voices spoke my name again, in rhythm with my heartbeat. The notebook grew heavier. Too heavy. I staggered under its weight, though it was only paper. The pages flapped like wings. I dropped it. The sound it made wasn't paper hitting dirt. It was canvas tearing. The air shifted. From the trees, the figures stepped out. At first glance, they looked like children. Short, thin, clothes indistinct as though smudged by fog. But their proportions were wrong. Heads slightly too narrow, arms slightly too long, hands too small. Their skin was pale as candle wax. Their eyes were hollows that drank my lamp, beam without giving it back. Dozens of them ringed around me. Each pressed a palm to the air, as though to remind me of the contact I had made. One stepped closer. Its mouth stretched, widening impossibly. From it came my own voice, strained, broken. "Don't look." My body locked. This was the moment. Either I fled blindly into the trees and let them close the circle, or I faced what waited. My gaze dragged, against my will, back to the notebook at my feet. It had fallen open on its spine, pages spread wide. The words shifted, letters crawling like insects, forming a single new line. "The back wall isn't behind you anymore." I spun. The forest was canvas. Every trunk, every branch, every shadow. A taut skin stretched over something waiting underneath. And in that skin, palms pressed outward. Hundreds, matching me, smaller, colder, eager. My scream ripped through the clearing. The figures surged forward, and the canvas tore. After that, there were only fragments. The sensation of cold hands folding over mine. The feeling of my name being pulled out of me, stretched thin until it snapped. The sight of my own face pressed into the fabric from the other side. Smaller, distorted, smiling. I don't know how I came back. But when I woke, dawn had returned, and I was lying at the trailhead parking lot, face pressed to gravel. My pack was gone. The notebook was gone. My hands were whole, but the lines on my palms had changed. Fainter, as though I had been remade with less detail. Hikers found me hours later. They asked if I was all right, if I had fallen, if I had been lost in the storm. I told them nothing. I left the forest and swore I would not return. But nights are worse now. When I close my eyes, I feel canvas under my fingertips. I feel smaller palms pressing back. And sometimes, in dreams, I see myself walking into a lean-to, rain whispering, "Please." Guest book open on the bench. And my handwriting is already there. My name is Barrett Sloan. I was raised in a town that grew small every winter. When the cold pressed the trees stiff, and the lakes wore white veils of ice. I had always carried a reckless kind of trust in the season, a belief that nature would give warning before it struck. That faith led me onto the lake that night, where the wind spoke in thin voices, and the snow had already begun to erase the world behind me. The choice was not sudden. I had been walking the shoreline for an hour, hoping to shave time between my cabin and the highway. My pack dragging on my shoulders, heavier than its weight should have been. The light was failing fast. The kind of twilight that turns distances uncertain, and I noticed a set of tracks leading across the lake. They were fresh, pressed sharp and deep, and they marched with a precision that unsettled me. Each print was nearly identical to the last. Same length, same angle, same weight distribution. No stumble, no hesitation, no pause. As if someone had laid them out by hand, one after another, stamping them into the ice. I should have stopped. Early season ice is never trustworthy. Not when the wind has only just begun to cut across the water hard enough to freeze it. But I saw those prints, and I thought if it held for them, it will hold for me. That is the way I justified it. The way most mistakes are justified, with half logic stitched together by fatigue. So I stepped onto the ice. The first sensation was the song beneath my boots. The ice did not crack. It did not groan the way river ice sometimes does when it flexes. Instead, it hummed with a metallic tone, low and sad, like someone bowing the string of a cello under the water. Every step set the vibration running away from me, and for a moment it was almost beautiful. I told myself I was imagining it, that I had walked too long without food, that my ears were exaggerating the sounds. But the longer I moved forward, the more deliberate the sound became, as if the ice was not reacting but speaking. The spiral began small. At first I thought I was misstepping, drifting slightly to one side. But when I stopped and looked back, I saw the curve clearly. The tracks did not march in a straight line toward the opposite shore. They bent, arsing gradually, pulling me into a slow circle that tightened as I continued. My own prints joined theirs, weaving into the pattern, and I felt the oddest dislocation, like I was both following and being followed. I told myself to turn back. Yet the snow had already erased the shoreline behind me, and the dusk was closing like a fist. The far side seemed closer, and the tracks pointed that way, so I obeyed. I placed my boots into the same stamps, matching stride for stride, as if stepping into another person's rhythm. The effect was immediate. The ice tone rose higher now, no longer a cello but a violin string, strained and trembling. That was when I looked down, not just at my boots, but at the surface itself. My reflection stared back at me, not in the shallow glaze of ice, but deeper, farther than there should have been space for. The water beneath ice is usually a dark, murky void, swallowing light. But I saw my own face, clear as a mirror, staring upward from a depth that made no sense. The eyes were wrong. They did not blink when I blinked. They lingered half a second behind, catching up slowly, as if the reflection was not me at all, but something rehearsing how to be me. I bent closer, heart hammering, trying to understand. My breath fogged the air, yet no condensation rose from the face beneath. Instead, its lips parted, A bubble pressed against the underside of the ice, not water but air shaped like speech, though no sound reached me. The bubble spread thin, then burst silently, leaving only the reflection behind, still grinning with a stiffness my own face could never make. The spiral tightened. I had not noticed how far I had followed, until I tried to measure the distance. The prints now curved tighter and tighter, drawing me inward toward the lake's center. The hum of the ice climbed higher, so sharp I felt it in my teeth. Each step felt rehearsed, as though the prince knew where my boots would land before I chose to move. My reflection remained beneath me, never breaking, never shattering into the darkness of real depth. It looked up with the patience of someone waiting for a door to open. I thought about running, about scattering off the pattern and clawing my way back to the tree line, but my legs resisted. The act of stepping out of line felt wrong, as though my body already belonged to the rhythm I was copying. Each time I considered breaking stride, the hum surged, a warning note sharp enough to freeze me in place. It struck me, then, that I had not seen any beginning to the tracks. No set of prints that entered from shore. They simply existed out there, stamped into the ice without origin, without end. And I had given them mine. The light bled away fully, leaving only the colorless glow of the snow and the faint halo of the overcast sky. I was deep in the spiral now, its center a dim circle I could not yet see, but I felt it, like the gravity of a whirlpool, pulling everything inward. My reflection widened beneath me, no longer confined to a boot-sized window. It stretched outward, rippling, until the entire patch of ice showed my face staring back, countless copies from countless impossible angles. Everyone delayed a fraction too long, everyone smiling when I was not. I whispered my own name, desperate to hear something human in the emptiness. "Barrett Sloan," I said, and my voice broke the silence with painful fragility. The ice answered, not with echo, but with its own whisper. The hum shaping into the syllables of my name, drawn out and mournful, as though the lake itself had learned the sound of me. The spiral continued to tighten. My steps followed without choice, and in that moment I realized the mistake was not stepping onto the ice. It was listening to its song. The mistake was not stepping onto the ice. It was listening to its song. Once I realized that, I clamped my jaw tight, as if shutting my teeth could keep the hum out. But the sound did not only reach through my ears, it found its way into my bones. Each vibration ran through my legs, up my spine, settling behind my eyes like pressure before a storm. The spiral had become so tight that I could now see its center, a bare circle where the ice was thinner, a pale disk shining from below as if lit by something other than the drowned sun. I tried again to stop. I planted my boots, forced my knees stiff, willed my weight to resist. For 1 second, I held myself still. The ice wailed in response, not a hum now, but a shriek that ripped across the surface, and cracks flared out from beneath my feet like lightning trapped in glass. My reflection multiplied into a dozen fractured faces, each tilted at slightly wrong angles, each mouth opening wide in a grin I could not hold. My balance faltered, and before I could choose, my legs carried me forward again, obedient to the spiral. The air above the lake had changed. The temperature dropped with such violence that my breath froze into tiny snowflakes that drifted instead of vanishing. A mist rose from the ice. Though mist has no business on frozen water, it gathered around my legs, clinging like hands. In that mist I thought I saw shapes: elbows, knees, fingers, but they faded when I focused. I kept moving, boots sliding into the made prints stride for stride, like a puppet rehearsing steps on a stage. The circle's center loomed. The pale disk of thin ice was no wider than a campfire ring, but it pulsed with light. Not steady, like a heartbeat. I felt the pulse answer in my chest, forcing my own rhythm to match. I was being drawn not only by the geometry of the spiral, but by the insistence of my own body sensing to something beneath the ice. I thought about dropping to my stomach, clawing my way across the surface, scattering out of line, no matter the cost. But then I saw what awaited outside the spiral. Where the prints ended, the ice was not blank. The snow was smooth, yes, but beneath the crust I could see shadows, pressing upward like palms testing the strength of glass. Hundreds of them. Hands against the underside of the ice, spread outward as if they circled me, all straining to break through. I could not leave the spiral without stepping directly above them. I whispered again, not my full name this time, but only, "Please." The hum dipped low in response, like a sigh of satisfaction. My reflection beneath me mouthed the word too, a half-second late, then added another, "Stay." The center of the spiral was no more than 20 feet away now. The pale circle glowed brighter, revealing not water beneath, but depthless space. It was not darkness exactly, it was too dense to be empty. My reflection spread wide, until I could no longer tell which face was mine. They all leaned upward, eager, blinking out of sync, mouths moving without sound. My foot hovered over the final ring of prints before the center. My pulse thudded like a hammer in my ears, and for a moment, I thought, maybe if I surrender, it will end. Maybe if I step into that pale circle, the song will quiet, the spiral will close, and whatever waits will finally reveal itself. The idea was seductive. It felt less like fear and more like invitation, as if every nerve in my body wanted to cross that final threshold. But then something changed. A sound beyond the hum. A crack of wings, sharp in the night air. I jerked my head up. A crow wheeled overhead, black against the dim sky. Its cry cut across the spiral, jagged and alive. The hum faltered. The ice quivered beneath me as though disturbed, and for one brief second, I felt the pull weaken. I seized it. I leapt sideways, off the line of prints toward the edge of the spiral. My boots struck fresh snow. The hum shrieked again, furious, but the cracks that had threatened me earlier sealed instantly, as though the spiral wanted me contained. I scrambled forward on hands and knees, ignoring the icy burn, forcing myself away from the circle. That was when the hands rose. The shadows I had seen pressing from beneath the ice erupted upward, their outlines breaking free of the surface without shattering it. Dozens, then hundreds, of hands made of mist and shadow reached upward, grasping for my legs, my arms, anything they could close around. Their fingers did not pass through me. They were cold, solid, impossibly strong. They clutched at my clothes, clawed for my pack, tried to drag me back into the pattern I had abandoned. I screamed. The sound bounced flatly off the frozen trees on shore, too far to matter. The crow circled again, shrieking, and dove low. Its wings brushed the snow beside me, scattering frost into the hand's reach. The grasping shadows recoiled, retreating a few inches, hissing in a soundless way. I lunged forward again, using the small gap to crawl farther toward the distant line of trees. Behind me, the spiral collapsed. I heard it, a roaring chorus of cracks and shrieks, as the pale circle in the center widened. My reflection broke apart into shards. Dozens of Barrett Sloanes staring upward, mouths frozen open, eyes wide in hunger. They spilled out of the circle like water rushing upward, not downward. Faces rising through the ice, flattening against the surface, stretching toward me as if the barrier between us was thinning. The mist thickened. The hands multiplied. The hum rose to a fever pitch that made the inside of my skull vibrate. I staggered to my feet, stumbling toward shore, every step heavy, as though the ice itself tried to glue me down. I could not tell if I was gaining distance or running in place, if the shoreline retreated as fast as I approached. But the crow flew straight, cutting the air, and I fixed my eyes on it. I followed its path, desperate for something in the world that still obeyed natural rules. The trees finally loomed from the haze, dark silhouettes, their trunks sharp against the white. The first drift of real snow met my boots, and when I stepped onto it, the hum lessened. The vibration slipped from my bones, though not completely. The crow vanished into the trees. My breath tore in ragged bursts, lungs on fire. I turned once, unable to resist. The spiral still glowed on the lake, though dimmer now. The pale circle pulsed faintly, its light fading. But the faces were still there, pressed against the ice, waiting. Not smiling anymore. Watching. Waiting for another mistake. I collapsed against the nearest tree, clutching its bark, grounding myself in its solidity. My fingers shook so violently that I dug grooves into the wood. My ears rang with silence where the hum had been, yet I could still feel it faintly. A ghost of vibration buried deep inside me, as though I had carried something away from the lake. And the reflection, that wrong version of me, I feared it had not stayed behind. I feared it had learned me well enough to follow. I clung to that tree for longer than I can measure. The cold bark pressed hard into my cheek, and it was the only proof I had that I was still in the world I knew. The spiral hummed faintly across the lake, its glow pulsing like a lantern under ice. I told myself I would never look back again, that if I kept my eyes fixed on the forest, I could convince myself nothing had happened. But the vibration in my bones would not let me forget. I forced myself upright. My legs ached from tension. My breath wheezed in shallow bursts, but I moved deeper into the trees, away from the shore. The forest floor was uneven, but every stumble felt more honest than the perfect stride I had been forced to match. I craved irregularity, the mistakes of real movement. Each crunch of snow beneath my boots grounded me. I thought as long as I can hear my own footsteps, I am still myself. But then I noticed something new. A second set of steps followed mine, landing just a half beat later. Not behind me. Not in the snow, but echoing from inside my chest. I would lift my boot, set it down, and then feel a second weight land inside me, as though my body carried two strides at once. I pressed my hand to my ribs, hoping it was only my heart hammering, but the rhythm was wrong. It was the delay I had seen in the reflections, the half-second lag of something that was no longer beneath the ice. I stumbled until I reached my cabin. The lantern had left outside still burned, its flame weak but steady. I nearly collapsed when I saw it, the ordinary glow almost holy in its small defiance. I fumbled for the key, missed the lock twice with numb fingers, then forced the door open and slammed it behind me. My cabin was little more than 4 walls, a stove, and a cot, but it felt like a fortress. I bolted the door and leaned against it, shaking. Inside, silence should have been absolute. The walls were thick. The snow pressed heavy against them, and I had no clock, no neighbors, no passing cars. Yet the hum continued. It was faint now, softer than a whisper, but it threaded through the timbers of the cabin. Worse still, I heard it in my own breath. Each exhale carried a trace of that metallic vibration, like I had swallowed the song and now sang it unconsciously. I lit the stove. The flames roared, devouring the silence, and for a time I felt safe. Heat filled the cabin, pushing back the cold mist that clung to me. I hung my wet gloves near the fire, stripped off my boots, tried to pretend I was simply thawing after a hike gone wrong. But when I looked toward the window, my stomach hollowed. The glass should have shown only darkness. Instead, a faint glow shimmered in the distance, the spiral visible even from here. And in the glass itself, I saw more than my reflection. I saw the delay again. I blinked, and the man in the window blinked too, but slower. His lips curled into a smile mine did not make. His hand lifted, not in unison with mine, but as though waving at me. I staggered back, tripping over my own boots. The reflection did not vanish. It lingered in the glass even when I turned away, as though the cabin had more than one version of me now. I grabbed a blanket, covered the window, smothered the sight. Yet I could not shake the feeling that he still watched from the other side. Sleep was impossible, but exhaustion pressed down heavier than fear. I lay on the cot, every muscle twitching, waiting for dreams I could not allow. I told myself I would stay awake, but my body betrayed me. My eyes closed. When I woke, I did not remember dreaming, yet I felt used, as if something had borrowed me during those hours. The blanket had fallen from the window. Frost covered the glass in a pattern I had never seen before, not random swirls, but a spiral, perfect and deliberate, etched in white. In its center, pressed clear against the frost, was the mark of a hand. The fingers were thinner than mine, the palm smaller, but the lines etched into it matched my own. I did not touch the glass. I wrapped myself in my coat, stuffed food and matches into my pack, and left the cabin behind. I could not stay. The lake had not ended with the lake. It had followed me home, and I feared the cabin's walls could not hold it. The forest felt different now. Each tree bent toward me slightly, as if watching. The snow muffled my steps, but still I heard the echo stride within me, always a half beat late. Once, I passed a frozen stream and glanced down by mistake. The ice reflected not the sky, but the pale circle from the lake, pulsing faintly, as if it had spread here too. My face appeared in the stream's ice, smiling when I was not, and I forced myself to run. I do not remember how far I traveled. The highway appeared eventually, a gray scar through the white, and I stumbled onto its shoulder, just as the first truck roared by. I must have looked wild, face hollowed, clothes torn, eyes unfocused. The driver slowed, leaned on his horn, but did not stop. Maybe that was mercy. Maybe he saw something behind me that I could not. I followed the road until I reached town. People were kind in the way they are to strangers, half frozen, offering blankets, hot drinks, questions I could not answer. I told them only that the ice broke beneath me, that I nearly drowned. They nodded, sympathetic, and left me to rest. But I never said what I truly saw, because even as I sat by their fire, I noticed it. My reflection in the mug of water they gave me blinked late, smiling faintly before I could stop it. That was weeks ago. I have not returned to the cabin. I stay now in a rented room above the post office, where the windows are small and the mirrors covered with sheets. I walk the streets only during daylight, but still the echo stride follows, always just behind my own. Sometimes I hear the faint hum in the planks of the floor, or see frost gathering in spirals across the glass. I fear the reflection is patient. It is waiting for the right moment, the perfect step, the final circle. And when that moment comes, I do not think it will stay in the glass. I think it will rise through, as easily as breath on ice. I tell myself not to look into windows, not to linger over mirrors, not to listen when the walls hum. But warnings are useless once the song has already found you. And I know this: when I return to the lake, and I will, because some part of me has no choice, the spiral will not wait for me to follow. It will already be inside me, tightening, pulling me toward its center. I stepped onto the ice because I trusted what I should have feared. I thought I could walk where no one had walked before. But the prints I followed were never human. They were mine, stamped in advance, waiting for me to arrive. My name is Harlow Kim. I was raised on the kind of discipline that sharpens a person into lines and edges, not curves. My father used to say that if you cannot hold your own weight, then you have no business asking the world to hold it for you. I did not understand the cruelty in that until much later, but by then the habits had already calcified into something close to faith. Strength was not optional. Precision was not optional. Trusting anyone other than myself was out of the question. Climbing, for me, was never about sport or record. It was about confirming that the earth itself would bend to my will if I held tight enough. That is how I found myself free. Soloing a pitch of camp on a weekend, when the others were content to sit around the fire and talk about food, jobs, and girls. The granite had been soaking up sun all afternoon, its face warm under my palms like living skin. I did not tie in, did not carry a rope, did not even tell anyone I was going up. Adrenaline, for me, was not chaos, it was belonging. When the rush hit, it felt like my blood finally matched the rhythm of the cliff, as though the mountain was saying, "Yes, you fit here." The first 30 feet were easy. Cracks to wedge fingers into, solid ledges for feet. The kind of movement you could almost dance through, if you forgot that the penalty for a misstep was broken bones at best. My breathing was steady. Each exhale measured. I knew every sound my body made: the faint rasp of skin against granite, the shift of muscle, the scrape of grit under my nails. I was attuned to myself in a way that made the world below vanish. The camp voices dulled. The forest muted. All that remained was stone and flesh. Then I reached a hole that should not have existed. It was a shallow divot just above my head, perfect for a pull. But when my fingers found it, they slid. The surface was not the rough, grainy texture of granite polished by weather. It was smooth. Too smooth. My first thought was that climbers before me had worn it down, dozens of hands over years buffing it into glass. But the pitch I was on was not a listed route. No chalk marks, no bolts, no webbing left behind. This was wild rock, untouched by gear. The more I touched it, the stranger it felt. The depression was not the right shape for erosion. It curved inward with a cleanness that spoke of intention. Worse, there was a faint tackiness to it, as though something moist had once drawn across the surface and then dried, leaving behind a polish that caught the light like enamel. My skin prickled. The ridiculous thought came to me unbidden. This was not worn smooth by hands, but by a tongue. Something had licked it clean. I wanted to laugh at myself, but laughter requires looseness, and I was locked rigid against the cliff. My feet balanced on narrow ledges. My hands clung to what felt solid. Humor would only crack the concentration I needed. I told myself it was nothing. Just stone. Just heat making my imagination leap. I tightened my grip and kept climbing. But then I felt it, the pulse. At first, I thought it was my own heartbeat, thudding through my fingers where they pressed to the rock. That happens often when you climb. Blood hammers in the extremities, and the cliff seems to echo it back. Except this was different. My pulse beat quick, elevated from exertion. And the stone answered. A second rhythm, slower, patient, steady, reverberated against my fingertips. It was not mine. It came from inside the cliff itself. The realization nearly broke my hold. My body jolted, and my toes slipped an inch. Pebbles skittered down the face. I pressed myself flush to the wall, chest heaving, pretending I had control. But the pulse did not vanish. It lingered, resonant, as if the cliff had veins deeper than roots, and something vast inside was taking its time to breathe. I forced myself to move, inch by inch. Every new handhold, I checked, and each one seemed normal enough. Rough, natural, honest stone. But whenever I returned to that polished divot with the edge of my palm to steady myself, the pulse rose again. Thrum. Thrum. Slow as a drum beat buried under miles of earth, waiting. When I finally hauled myself onto the ledge, my legs shook so hard I had to sit down. From above, the valley stretched out, a green sea of pines and ridges fading into dusk. My camp was a scatter of orange tents below, smoke from the fire curling upward. It should have felt triumphant. Instead, I felt watched, as though the stone beneath me had eyes open, studying the shape of my weight. I stayed up there longer than I should have, staring at the place where the polished hold gleamed faintly. Even in fading light, I thought about calling to the others, telling them what I felt. But what would I say? That the rock has a heartbeat. They would laugh, and laughter would turn the experience into a story, a camp joke to retell. I did not want that. I wanted to keep it quiet. Secret because some secrets demand silence in exchange for leaving you alone. Still, when I finally down-climbed, every placement felt suspect. I distrusted the holds, as though each one might suddenly smooth over into that slick depression, waiting to betray me. My imagination tangled with memory, and memory made the cliff alive. By the time my boots hit ground, I was damp with sweat that had little to do with effort. The fire smelled of charred wood and sausage grease when I returned to camp. My friends barely looked up, just grinned and jeered that I had missed the story someone told. I smiled back, played along, but my mind remained on the cliff. I could feel it in the bones of my hands, even as I sat down. The phantom of its rhythm tick, talking under my skin. Later that night, when everyone had passed out in their tents, I lay awake listening. The forest makes its own orchestra at night. Crickets, wind, and owls somewhere deep. But threaded beneath it all, or maybe only inside me, was the same steady beat. Not mine. Not the forest, the cliff, slow, unhurried, patient. I do not remember falling asleep, only waking at first light with grit in my eyes and the taste of copper on my tongue. My palms ached, as though I had clutched stone all night. When I uncurled my fingers, lines of fine dust traced my lifelines, glittering faintly in the dawn. No one else noticed. They were too busy boiling coffee, packing gear, laughing about the day's hike. I kept quiet, but I carried the awareness like a second skin. The mountain was not indifferent. It was awake, and I had touched the place where it let itself be felt. I should have left it there. I should have taken the hint, thanked whatever unseen thing resided in the stone, and never returned to that face again. But fear and curiosity often walk hand in hand, and once you hear a pulse that is not your own, you begin to wonder what heart it belongs to. The day that followed was ordinary on its surface. We packed our gear and hiked a loop through meadows, studded with wildflowers. The kind of scenery that convinces people the wilderness is benevolent. My friends stopped often to take photos, to laugh, to point out deer slipping between trees. I played along, kept my stride even, nodded at jokes. But beneath my shirt, sweat beaded. Each time I brushed my fingers across stone outcrops along the trail, I waited for the tremor of another heartbeat. Most felt inert, cold in the way rock should be. A few carried warmth from the sun, but nothing more. Still, the memory of that pulse clung to me. It was as though a song had started and then paused mid-note, waiting for me to climb again. By evening, we returned to camp, our boots heavy with dust, our bodies humming from the long hike. The fire crackled alive. Someone uncorked whiskey. Conversation turned loose. A string of laughter in the cooling air. I tried to drown myself in their noise, but silence between words seemed to echo louder than any story. I kept glancing toward the cliff face, its silhouette dark against the twilight. The polished hold glimmered faintly in my mind, even if my eyes could not see it from this distance. I thought sleep would take me quickly after so much exertion, but the night denied me rest. I shifted in my tent, counting breaths, trying to will myself into stillness. The more I resisted, the louder it came. Not from the forest, not from within me. That slow, patient thrum rose again, pulsing in rhythm with the cliff I had touched. It traveled through ground and into my body like a current. My heart beat faster, trying to drown it out, but the two rhythms did not align. One hurried, one deliberate. Theirs was stronger. Near midnight, I gave up. I unzipped the tent, careful not to wake anyone, and stepped barefoot into the cool night. The fire had burned to embers. Shadows huddled around the last glow. Above me, the cliff loomed, its face silver under moonlight. The trees whispered like witnesses unsure whether to call out or remain silent. I do not remember deciding to walk toward the rock. My body moved as though it knew the way, each step soundless across pine needles. I carried no headlamp, yet the path revealed itself. When I reached the base of the pitch I had climbed earlier, I froze. The air was warmer here, faintly humid, as if the cliff exhaled against the night. My skin prickled, sweat rising along my neck. I pressed my palm to the stone, not even in a hold, just flat against its surface. The heat was immediate, undeniable, not the stored warmth of a day long gone, but something internal alive. And beneath it, the pulse. Slow, patient, waiting. It resonated through my bones, into my chest, until my own heart stumbled trying to keep pace. That was when the stone shifted. Not much. Not enough to send rubble tumbling. Just the faintest swell, as if the cliff took a breath. My hand drew back on instinct, but the warmth clung, as though the surface remembered my skin. I staggered backward, eyes locked on the granite, expecting cracks to appear, expecting faces to push through. But nothing broke. The cliff looked unchanged, implacable, indifferent. Only the echo of the pulse proved otherwise. I should have run. Instead, I sat at the base, my back against a boulder, staring upward until the stars faded into dawn. When the others awoke, I pretended I had risen early to watch the sunrise. They teased me for being dramatic, for chasing transcendence. I smiled thinly and said nothing. The truth was heavier than mockery. The third night was worse. A storm had passed in the afternoon, leaving the rocks slick with rain. We cooked a hasty meal, under tarps, and crawled into tents early, the wet smell of earth thick in the air. I dreamt of climbing again. Except this time, every hold I reached for was polished smooth, glistening with saliva. A tongue longer than the cliff itself licked each crevice before I touched it. My hands bled from the friction, yet I kept climbing. At the top, there was no ledge, only a mouth. It opened wide, and the slow pulse thundered from its throat, drowning everything. I woke with my heart slamming. My tent walls pressed in around me, damp and quivering as though breathing. When I reached for my boots, I found grit in them again. The same glittering dust I had seen on my palms that first morning. I shook them out, but unease clung. Sleep did not return. By the fourth day, cracks began to form in my composure. My friends noticed my distraction. The way I stared at stone longer than necessary, the way my hands flexed as if searching for a rhythm outside my body. One of them, Jason, asked if I was all right. I told him I was fine, just tired. He shrugged and let it go, but suspicion lingered in his eyes. That evening, they decided to climb a marked route a mile east. Roped, safe textbook. They invited me, expecting me to lead. I declined. Claimed I wanted to sketch the valley instead, though I carried no paper. They left me alone at camp, voices fading into distance. The silence that followed was not silence at all. It was the waiting thrum, louder now that I had no human laughter to muffle it. I walked back to the cliff. My legs carried me before my mind could object. The polished hold gleamed wet from the storm, darker than the rest of the granite. I touched it. The surface was damp, slick. Not with rain, but with something viscous that clung to my fingertips like saliva. My stomach knotted. Yet I did not recoil. I pressed harder, my palm flattening against it. The cliff answered. A pulse surged, not slow this time, but deliberate, meeting my rhythm beat for beat. My vision blurred. For one horrifying second, I could not tell which heart was mine. I felt veins beneath the stone, great channels of warmth pumping, carrying something thicker than blood. My knees weakened, and I sagged against the face. My cheek brushed granite, and I swore it pulsed beneath me, a shiver that traveled up into my skull. Whispers rose. Not voices in the air, voices in the stone. Deep and muted, like words spoken through water. They were not in a language I recognized, but meaning seeped through nonetheless. A stay. That was all. A command disguised as invitation. Stay. I ripped my hand back. The cliff resisted. My palm stuck for an instant longer than gravity allowed, then tore free with a faint wet sound. My skin was coated in sheen, glimmering faintly like mucus under moonlight. I wiped it on my pants, but the stain lingered. When Jason and the others returned, flushed with the joy of their climb, they found me sitting by the fire, hands clenched tight in my lap. They asked nothing. Maybe they saw something in my face that warned them away. That night, I did not enter my tent. I sat upright by the dying fire, watching the cliff, waiting for movement. My body trembled, but not from cold. The pulse was constant now, not only when I touched the rock. It thrummed through the ground, into the soles at my feet, into my spine. I began to tap my fingers unconsciously in rhythm with it. When I noticed, I forced myself still, but minutes later the tapping began again. Near dawn, my head nodded once, twice. When I startled awake, I realized I had dreamed not of climbing, but of being climbed. Something vast and patient ascending me, as though my bones were holds, My veins were cracks to wedge into. When I looked at my arms, faint bruises lined them in shapes eerily like fingerprints. I kept silent through breakfast, through packing, through the trek down valley. But inside, silence no longer existed. The pulse had settled inside me, a tenant that refused eviction. Every beat of my heart carried its echo. Slow, patient, waiting. We left the valley under a sun that promised normalcy, but my body knew better. Each step on the trail back toward civilization was weighted with the rhythm of two hearts, mine and the other. The others joked about showers and greasy food waiting in town. I smiled when expected, but my mind dragged behind us, tethered to the cliff. The further we walked, the weaker I became, as though my pulse strained to keep pace with something that had not moved from its stone cradle. By the time we reached the trailhead, my vision swam, and I swayed as though still hanging against rock. The drive home was worse. Jason's truck rattled down dirt roads, music humming from the radio, but in the pauses between songs the thrum followed. Not in the tires, not in the engine, inside me. Each beat carved deeper, aligning my breath to its measure. When I closed my eyes, I saw the cliff face. Not as granite, but as flesh stretched taut, veins glowing faintly beneath the surface. I opened my eyes wide and kept them fixed on the windshield, terrified that if I slept, I would wake buried alive inside the mountain. When I returned to my apartment, the world should have felt safe. The walls were painted, decorated, layered with the dull comfort of the ordinary. But safety requires distance, and there was no distance anymore. In the shower, water ran over my palms, carrying fine grit with it. Grit that sparkled the same as the dust I had woken within my tent. I scrubbed until my skin turned raw. The grit remained, clinging inside the lines of my hands. I stopped showing my palms to anyone after that. Nights were impossible. Each time I lay down, the rhythm asserted itself. My own heart would race in defiance, but inevitably it slowed, adjusting, surrendering until both pulses matched. Once aligned, I felt less human. More a sediment, perhaps. A part of me that was not me pressed forward, whispering not with words but with inevitability, come back. The cliff was not done. I was only on loan to the world. I tried resisting. I stopped climbing, stopped hiking, avoided even the idea of stone. I filled my days with noise, television, bars, work chatter. But silence always crept in, and silence carried the beat. My friends noticed the change. Jason confronted me once, asked if something had happened out there. He said I looked pale, thinner, distracted. I nearly told him. Nearly confessed that I had touched something inhuman that now lived inside me. But what language could capture that without breaking under its own absurdity? Instead, I laughed, said I was fine, and let him believe me a coward hiding depression behind a smile. Weeks passed. The pulse did not fade. If anything, it grew stronger, more insistent. I began to feel it in places beyond my chest and head. In the soles of my feet when they struck pavement. In the railing of my apartment balcony when I leaned against it. In the walls, the floor, the earth beneath the city. Stone is everywhere if you pay attention. Concrete is only rock with a new name. Each surface carried the same resonance. The cliff had not stayed behind. It had followed me, or perhaps I had carried it with me. Then came the night I woke standing on my balcony railing, toes gripping the metal edge as though it were a cliffside ledge. I had no memory of rising from bed. The city glittered below, cars tracing veins of light. My body leaned forward slightly, ready to climb into nothing. A heartbeat that was not mine thundered in my skull. I pulled myself back, collapsed onto the balcony floor, gasping. My hands left faint prints of glittering dust on the concrete. I knew then that resisting was useless. The pulse was not content to echo, it wanted reunion. The more I fought, the more it twisted my body toward stone. I had a choice only in how long I delayed. Fear and curiosity braided tight until I could no longer separate them. I bought gear, though I knew I would not use it, and drove back to the valley. The cliffs waited, unchanging. Pines bowed with wind at their feet. Shadows nodded at their bases. The polished hold gleamed faintly even in daylight, as though lit from within. I touched it, and the world fell silent. No wind, no birds, only the pulse. It roared through me like a second bloodstream, erasing the distance between flesh and stone. My knees buckled. I pressed my forehead to the granite and felt it answer. A warmth that spread into my skull, down my spine. I should have recoiled, but the longer I stayed, the more I belonged. Voices rose again, not external, not internal, but both. They said nothing complex, only a single truth repeated: you fit here. The words braided with my father's old lessons, his insistence that strength meant carrying yourself. I realized he was wrong. The world did not need to hold me if I dissolved into it willingly. I climbed. Not with rope, not with gear. My fingers found holds where none existed. Slick depressions polished by tongues that were not human. The stone molded itself around my hands, guiding me upward. Each step carried me deeper into the rhythm until my own heart surrendered entirely. The cliff's pulse was my pulse. I lost track of distance, of gravity, of time. I was not ascending, I was being drawn in. At the ledge where I had once sat trembling, the rock opened. Not visibly, not with cracks or doors, but with a yielding, as though the granite exhaled and allowed me passage. I stepped forward and the stone received me. Darkness closed around, warm and damp, a throat swallowing. I did not struggle. My body had long ceased to be mine. I belonged to the rhythm. Inside I saw nothing, yet I felt everything. Cavities vast as lungs. Chambers beating slow as centuries. Veins pulsing with something thicker than blood. I understood then that mountains are not dead. They are not silent. They are only patient. Their time is slower than ours, but no less alive. And some are hungry. I do not know how long I stayed. Days. Years. There was no measure in that dark, only the constant thrum. My body dissolved into it, bones porous, skin granulated. I was part of the cliff, and the cliff was part of me. Memories of campfires, laughter, cities faded. What remained was weight, pressure, endurance. Yet even patience bends. At some point, the cliff exhaled again, and I found myself outside lying at its base. My body was intact, but not the same. My palms shimmered with dust that did not wash off. My heartbeat no longer raced. It kept the slower rhythm. The mountain's rhythm. I had been remade. I stumbled back to the trailhead, though every step away pulled against me like sinew stretched too far. I returned to my apartment. I returned to work. I returned to the illusion of life. But nothing returned me. I am still there, inside the cliff. Even now, the dust on my hands marks me. The beat in my chest betrays me. The mountain waits, patient, knowing stone always outlasts flesh. Sometimes when I am quiet enough, I feel others. Not friends, not family. Others who touched the cliff before me. Who pressed palms against polished holds and felt the same thrum. Their rhythms join mine in silence, a chorus of stolen heartbeats. We are all still climbing, endlessly upward, swallowed yet never arriving. And I tell you this not as confession or warning, but as inevitability. If you ever touch stone and feel it answer, run while you still can. Do not mistake belonging for safety. Do not believe that mountains are passive. They are only patient, and when patience ends, you will find yourself climbing into a mouth that has been open since before your kind learned to stand. My name is Oren Glass. I was raised to believe that introductions should be formal, and perhaps in this case that formality serves as a kind of anchor. I am 32 years old, fond of hiking though far from expert, and known among friends as someone who seeks distraction more than clarity. It was early autumn when I chose to spend 3 days in the forested mountains outside town, a modest solo trip intended to quiet the constant buzz of obligations waiting for me back home. I packed my tent, stove, layers, and, most importantly, my earbuds. I have always considered music the gentlest companion, a soft edge between myself and the harsher sounds of the world. The wind can be cruel, abrasive, carrying with it voices that never seem to resolve. Music is kinder. Music smooths those voices into rhythm. That habit, of course, was my mistake. To walk through the wilderness sealed into my own private concert meant surrendering awareness, even of things I should not have ignored. I remember stepping onto the trail with a kind of naive optimism, telling myself this would be a chance to reset. The path itself was easy at first, packed dirt lined with fading leaves. Every now and then a jay scolded from the treetops, but its calls dissolved into the notes in my ears. I sang quietly along, breath puffing in the cooling air, while around me the forest composed a different kind of music, one I did not bother to hear. Hours passed. The sun traveled its measured arc. I should have noticed when the trail split, when the creek that had shadowed my steps trickled away into silence, when the shapes in the trees stilled. But I was busy in another world. In my memory, there is only the bass line and the thump of boots on earth. When I finally tugged the buds free, it was as though I had walked into a room. Mid-sentence, every sound cut short, every presence aware of me, but unwilling to disguise its notice. The silence was not true silence. It carried weight, like an unfinished word left hanging. Every branch seemed to lean toward me, angled accusingly, like a crowd pointing at a latecomer. The air was cold and thick in my throat. I held my breath without realizing it, waiting for something I could not name. Then, clearly, impossibly, something finished the word I had interrupted. It came not from behind, nor from ahead, but from everywhere at once, low and patient, as though the forest had decided to include me in its grammar. My body reacted before my mind. My chest tightened, and I nearly replaced the earbuds to block it out. But the thin wires dangled useless, and I understood with perfect clarity that nothing electronic would defend me from this particular language. I forced myself to move forward, boots crunching through leaves that seemed too loud too. Every step felt rehearsed, as though someone had already walked this path in my shape, and I was only catching up. I told myself it was fatigue, that I had been too deep in my music, too inattentive to my surroundings, and now the natural order of sound simply felt alien. Rational explanations are the currency of hikers alone in the woods. I clung to them. Yet the more I walked, the more the forest bent inward. Branches reached over the trail like ribs. Shadows pooled where sunlight should have lingered. Once I saw movement between the trunks. An elk, tall and regal. My relief was short-lived because the elk did not move like an elk. Its limbs bent, but too smoothly. as though joints had been drawn rather than grown. And it stood in silence, antlers like black punctuation marks against the pale sky. I did not know whether to wave, to whisper, or to run. My instincts warred in me until the creature lowered its head, not in threat, but in a gesture almost like acknowledgement. Then, as if recognizing me, it vanished into the thicket without a sound. No crack of brush, no rhythm of hooves, only absence. The word returned then, half-spoken through the branches, breaking into syllables too large for my ears to contain. I realized that I was not walking in the forest, but through it, as though the place itself had been waiting for me, waiting for my mistake. The trail wound on, narrowing to the width of my shoulders. I knew I should turn back, retrace my steps until I reached the creek. But each time I glanced over my shoulder, the path appeared longer than it should, stretched into a hallway with no end. Fear made me stubborn. I pressed forward. The air smelled faintly of iron, sharp and metallic, and I tried not to imagine blood. My hands shook, though the cold was not fierce enough to explain it. A crow called above, a ragged sound, and then stopped abruptly as though silenced mid-note. That was the worst part. Every sound seemed unfinished, truncated. Nothing was allowed to reach conclusion, not even the wind. I stopped at a clearing where the ground sagged into a shallow depression. Fallen logs circled the space like an audience. I sat, exhausted, and pulled out my water bottle. My fingers trembled against the plastic. When I raised it to my lips, the forest whispered again. Clearer now. Closer. It was my name. My own name threaded through leaves and soil, murmured in cadence with the breath of trees. I spilled water down my chin. No. I whispered, though to whom I was speaking I could not say. My name returned firmer. Then a third time, gentlest, as though coaxing. The voice had no source. It was not an echo. It was recognition. I pressed my palms over my ears. The silence that followed was not relief. It was expectant. I understood that to cover my ears was no defense. The words did not travel through sound alone. They lived in the pause between breaths, in the shift of bark and stone, in the restless angle of branches. I rose, stumbling, and forced myself to move. My boots felt heavy, each step drawn down by unseen gravity. The forest's attention never wavered. I imagined eyes in the bark, beneath the soil, behind every leaf. Watching, listening, waiting for me to reply. By the time dusk painted the canopy, I was no longer certain of direction. My compass needle quivered aimlessly, spinning as if magnetized by the very air. I chose the most level path I could and walked, half running, heart a drum louder than any song. Each time I thought I had escaped, the forest cleared its throat, as though preparing to speak again. That night, I pitched my tent in a shallow hollow, fumbling with the poles in near darkness. My hands refused precision. When the structure finally stood, crooked but stable, I crawled inside and zipped the door tight. My earbuds lay tangled in my pocket. I thought of using them, hiding in music once more. But I knew, beyond doubt, that the moment I sealed myself away, the forest would resume its interrupted sentence, and this time it would not stop. So I sat, awake, listening, waiting for the words I dreaded but had already begun to understand. That first night in the tent was a test of endurance. I lay inside the nylon walls, my body curled in the sleeping bag, every nerve straining toward the outside world. Normally, a tent muffles the forest into something distant. Wind softened, crickets steady, branches brushing each other in natural rhythm. This night was different. The silence was not passive. It pressed in. A living thing crouched against the fabric. Every time I blinked, I expected to see a shadow pressed close. The outline of antlers or the tilt of a head. I tried closing my eyes, but darkness within met darkness without, and in both there was the suggestion of language. Not words exactly, but syllables stretched thin, waiting for me to notice. Once, I thought I heard the hum of my own name vibrating in the poles. I held my breath, hoping it was imagination, but the hum continued until my lungs burned. When I exhaled, the sound stopped, as if satisfied I had acknowledged it. At some unknown hour, fatigue took me. My dreams were worse. I walked along a trail lined with mirrors, every reflection showing me in different postures, one smiling, one weeping, one with my throat open like bark peeled back. When I woke, dawn was weak and colorless, a wash of gray that left me no comfort. I told myself I had made it through the worst, that daylight would dissolve the spell. But when I unzipped the door and stepped outside, the forest greeted me with the kind of quiet that follows a held breath. Every branch was angled toward me again. That was the detail that unstrung my fragile calm. Trees do not move overnight, not in unison. Yet the limbs curved and pointed, not randomly, but all at once, as though acknowledging my emergence. I whispered my own name under my breath, to remind myself who I was. It sounded strange on my tongue, as if borrowed. I forced myself to pack camp. My fingers fumbled with buckles and cords, and each clatter of metal sounded blasphemous in that stillness. By the time I hoisted the pack to my shoulders, sweat slicked my back despite the cool morning. I wanted nothing more than to find the creek again, to prove that the world still obeyed the logic of maps and topography. I walked fast, nearly jogging, heart hammering. The trail narrowed into roots and dips, and sometimes it disappeared entirely beneath fallen leaves. Each time it vanished, I chose whichever direction seemed least obstructed, and always the branches guided me, arching to form a crude corridor. My rational mind rebelled, insisted it was coincidence, but I could not shake the image of being shepherded. By mid-morning, thirst burned my throat. I had finished the last of my bottle and expected to refill from the creek. But when I crouched near a shallow depression that promised water, the soil was dry, powdered ash, where moisture should have lingered. I dug with my hands until dirt packed my nails, but there was nothing beneath. My desperation grew, pressing panic against my ribs. That was when I heard it again, my name. Not whispered this time, but spoken in cadence with the wind. Clearer, patient, Oren. The syllables bent the air around me, making the leaves tremble though no breeze touched them. I staggered upright, spinning in a useless circle. There was no figure, no source. Only the recognition offered like a hand. I shouted hoarse. "What do you want?" Silence rushed back. The forest seemed to lean in, expectant. I realized my mistake. It was not asking for my question. It was asking for my answer. I was not supposed to demand anything. I was supposed to complete the sentence it had begun the day before. My mouth dried further. I ran. The world folded in strange ways when I ran. Distances stretched, shadows deepened despite the sun. Once, I glimpsed the elk again, standing between two trees, its head tilted. Its antlers had grown larger, impossibly so, spreading until they brushed both trunks, pulling them inward. Its body did not move, but the forest bent to accommodate it. I stumbled past, refusing to look back. By afternoon, my legs shook with exhaustion. I had not eaten since yesterday's lunch. I collapsed in another clearing, smaller than the last, where moss coated the stones. I sat against one and pulled the earbuds from my pocket. For hours I resisted, but desperation whispered, If music could make the world kind again, I would let it. I shoved the buds in and pressed play. At first, relief washed me. The beat steadied my heart, the melody filled the hollowness. I almost wept with gratitude. But then the track faltered, notes bent, voices warped. And beneath the distortion, something else wove itself in. My name again, Oren, threaded into the lyrics, synchronized to the rhythm. The music was no longer mine. The forest had found a way inside it. I yanked the buds free, throwing them onto the moss. My ears rang with emptiness. The silence swallowed me whole again, and I knew then that there was no refuge. Not in sound, not in distraction. Whatever lived in the grammar of these woods wanted me attentive, wanted me present. Dusk crept close before I dared move again. Hunger gnawed. My pack seemed heavier with every step, as if the straps themselves resisted forward motion. When I looked down, I swore the shadows beneath the trees bent opposite the sun, pointing not east but directly toward me. I do not remember pitching my tent that second night. I remember only the sensation of crawling inside, muscles trembling and curling into myself. The voice did not come immediately. It waited, patient. Sometime deep in the night, the sentence resumed. Words low and resonant, filling the nylon walls like smoke. They did not belong to any language I knew. Yet I understood their shapes and invitation, an unfinished story that required me to speak. My lips moved without permission. I whispered a fragment of sound in reply, not knowing what it meant. The forest answered instantly, satisfied, and I felt the ground shift beneath my tent, as if the earth itself had exhaled. I froze, too afraid to breathe. In the silence that followed, one thought took root and refused to leave. I had not come here to hike. I had come here to be taught how to listen. I did not sleep after I spoke. The word, whatever it had been, still vibrated on my tongue, though my lips had long gone dry. The tent's fabric quivered as though a great breath had passed against it, and then the world steadied. I lay motionless, afraid that any movement might signal agreement I did not intend to give. When morning came, it was indistinguishable from night. The sky outside glowed faint, neither sunlit nor storm dark, a kind of ash-colored veil. My watch ticked, but the numbers meant little. I unzipped the door and stepped out. The forest had rearranged itself. I swear this is true. Trees stood in a perfect circle around my tent, each trunk angled slightly inward, branches pointing at the spot where I stood. I felt smaller than I ever had in my life, a trespasser caught in ceremony. My stomach cramped with hunger, but I could not eat. To chew, to swallow, would feel like speaking out of turn. I should have run then. I should have forced my way through the circle, no matter how long the woods stretched. But something rooted me. My legs felt claimed, as though the ground recognized them. The silence was unbearable, taut like a bowstring. When it finally broke, it did so with my name, Oren. The voice was everywhere and nowhere, soft as breath yet vast as canyon echo. The syllables folded around me, and when I opened my mouth to protest, a sound came out that was not protest. A fragment, alien but fluent, as though it had lived in me all along. The forest answered. Branches swayed not with wind but in rhythm. The circle shifted, each tree bowing slightly forward, acknowledging me. My heart pounded so violently, I thought it would tear free. I dropped to my knees, hands pressed to my ears, though it was useless. The voice came from inside the marrow. A figure moved at the edge of the circle. The elk. Its antlers scraped the air like calligraphy. Drawing lines I almost understood. Its body was too long, its gait too deliberate. but it carried itself with solemn weight, as if fulfilling ritual. When it stopped, it lowered its head, not in threat but in recognition. I whispered again, another syllable I did not know I knew. The elk lifted its head, eyes glinting with something human, something endless. Then it stepped aside. The circle opened where it had stood. A path stretched into dim light, the trees forming an archway. I should have turned back, but behind me the forest pressed closer, trunks leaning until retreat was impossible. The only way was forward. I walked. Each step felt rehearsed, part of choreography older than me, older than language. The air thickened, metallic and sweet, like blood and sap. My name repeated around me in dozens of voices, some high, some low, all patient, all certain. I thought of the warning I'd never heard, because of my earbuds. The things I hadn't noticed when the creek dried, when the elk stilled. This was what I had missed, the invitation. The path ended in another clearing. At its center lay a stone slab, flat and worn, as though countless bodies had rested there. I stopped at the edge, unwilling to step closer. My legs shook, but my voice betrayed me. Words poured out, syllables I did not recognize yet understood in marrow deep clarity. A story half mine, half theirs. Each phrase felt rehearsed, waiting only for me to deliver it. The forest exhaled when I finished. The silence, at last, resolved. The branches relaxed, the circle widened. The elk bowed and vanished, dissolving between trunks as though it had never existed. The trees no longer pointed, they stood at ease. Relief should have followed. Instead, emptiness. I realized what had been taking the pause, the interruption, the safety of not knowing what came next. The sentence had been completed, but it had completed me as well. I fled then, stumbling until the forest blurred. Hours, maybe days passed. Eventually, I found the creek again, trickling in honest water. The sound nearly broke me, its ordinariness too much to bear. When I followed it downstream, the trail returned, leading to the world I thought I had left. But even here, among cars and chatter and human music, I cannot escape. Every sound feels unfinished, waiting for me to supply its ending. Conversations pause when I walk into a room. The wind bends syllables into my name. And when I try to sleep, I hear the forest mid-sentence again, ready to resume. I know now that I was not lost in the woods. I was found. And though I made it out, I carry their grammar in me. The forest is never done speaking, and neither, now, am I. My name is Sable Ortega, and I have always believed that the wildest places have a kind of order to them, a pattern that people like me are not always meant to read. I learned that truth one summer evening, when I decided to camp in a meadow so perfect it seemed like it had been pulled out of a storybook illustration. The grass stretched in a clean divide down the middle, parted like hair combed straight, and the wildflowers grew in concentric rings, delicate and deliberate, as though some unseen child had bent down with tiny hands to arrange them with care. There was beauty, yes, but also something unsettling, something that felt finished rather than natural, as if someone had cried while they worked, and then walked away without erasing the evidence. I had been hiking alone for 3 days in the national forest, nothing too extreme. Just the kind of trip where you fall asleep to your own fire and wake up to birdsong. I had intended to keep moving until I reached a designated campsite further down the trail. But when I stepped into that meadow, my breath caught. The clearing opened so suddenly, it was like a curtain being pulled back, light streaming through the grass in a way that was too staged to be accidental. For a moment I felt watched. though not by anything alive, more like by the meadow itself. My better judgment said move on, but something in me, stubborn and tired and enthralled, whispered that I should stop. So I did. I set my pack down carefully, pressing the straps into the earth as if I were disturbing something fragile. My boots left 2 prints at the edge of the concentric rings, and I remember staring at them too long, uneasy at how bold they looked on the canvas of that perfect ground. Still, I told myself, a meadow is just grass and flowers. Patterns happen. Nature knows geometry better than we give it credit for. I convinced myself that the order I saw was nothing more than wind and time. Unrolling my tent, I positioned it squarely at the center, where the rings radiated out like ripples in water. The symmetry was satisfying. It made me feel as though I had chosen the right place. When the sun dropped, the meadow cooled quickly, shadows stretching across the parted strip of grass, like a straight, dark road leading somewhere I couldn't see. I cooked a small meal on my camp stove and listened to the insects. They were loud at first, insistent, and then quieted all at once, leaving me in a silence so sudden it hummed against my ears. That was the first moment I thought about moving my tent. I didn't. Instead, I crawled inside, the nylon walls thin against the night, and tried to reassure myself with the familiar routine of zippers, sleeping bag, headlamp, journal. I wrote a little about the meadow, noting the strange rings and how the grass seemed calmed in that sharp divide. I even sketched a poor drawing of it, just to prove to myself later that it was real, that I hadn't dreamed the details. By midnight, the air had cooled enough to mist my breath. I was drifting in and out of sleep when I noticed the stillness. No night wind stirred the tent fabric. No crickets sang. The silence was so complete I could hear my heart beat against the ground. I lay very still, listening, trying to pretend nothing was wrong, until I felt the shift. It was subtle at first, just a weight in the air, like pressure before a storm. Then I realized the meadow was moving. Not the wind, not the earth. The rings themselves were closing in. I couldn't see them, of course, not through the nylon. But I felt the grass pressing inward, the stalks bent without breaking, brushing against the sides of my tent with a rhythm. That was not the randomness of plants swaying, but the deliberation of something tightening its grip. The fabric dimpled inward with a soundless tap, 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 each one soft, almost polite, but undeniably expectant. I froze. My first thought was that an animal was outside, circling. But the taps came from all directions, equal, measured, like hands pressing in, or breaths testing the walls. My second thought was that the meadow was not a meadow at all, but something else wearing the shape of one. I didn't dare unzip the flap. Minutes stretched long. My breathing sounded too loud in my ears. I counted the taps, 5, then 10, then too many to keep track of. They came faster, not aggressive, but insistent, like a question repeated until you answered. My hands itched for my flashlight, but I didn't want to draw attention to myself. So I lay there, every muscle taut, praying it would pass. At some point I realized my mistake wasn't only camping there, but placing myself in the center. If the rings were alive, if the meadow had purpose, then I had positioned myself exactly where it wanted me. That thought rooted itself in my mind and would not leave. Sleep was impossible. I stared at the ceiling of the tent, at the faint glow of the moon outside, and thought about how small nylon is. How fragile a zipper, how laughable a human body against anything older or stranger than itself. The tapping never grew violent, but its persistence was worse. It was patient, it was waiting. When the first bird sang at dawn, I nearly cried. The taps stopped instantly, as though the meadow had been caught in the act. I sat up and fumbled with the zipper, shoving it open with a desperation I had never known before. The meadow looked the same as when I had entered it. Serene, perfect, orderly. But the rings had shifted. They were tighter now, closer to my tent, as though the whole meadow had inched forward in the night. The parted strip of grass down the middle was no longer clean. My tent sat slightly off-center, skewed, as though the meadow had tried to correct my position while I slept. My footprints from yesterday had vanished. The ground showed no trace of where I had walked in. Only the new lines of bent grass marked the meadow's surface, curling toward me like fingers reaching out. I packed in silence, my hands trembling as I rolled the tent. Every snap of a buckle felt too loud. My eyes kept darting to the edge of the meadow, to the dark tree line beyond, desperate for some proof that I could still leave. When I slung my pack over my shoulders and stepped forward, I hesitated. The parted grass, so straight, so precise, waited like a path. My boots hovered above it, unwilling to touch. But there was no other way out. The rings pressed so close now that to walk anywhere else would be to trample the flowers, and I didn't dare. I set my boot down on the strip. The grass gave like carpet. That was when I heard it. A sigh, low and long, passing through the meadow in a way that didn't move a single stalk. It wasn't wind. It was too focused, too intent. It sounded like something relieved, something that had been holding its breath all night and finally let it go. I walked fast, then faster, my pulse roaring. The meadow did not stop me. The strip carried me cleanly to the trees, and when I crossed into their shadow, I risked one last glance back. The rings were gone. The flowers looked scattered, random, wild, as though nothing had ever been arranged at all. Only my sketch in my journal would prove otherwise. But I knew what I had felt pressing against me in the night, what I had heard exhale when I gave in and stepped where it wanted me to. And as I walked deeper into the forest, away from that perfect, impossible clearing, I knew the meadow was not finished with me. The forest should have felt safer after I left the meadow, but it didn't. Every step deeper into the trees carried the weight of being observed, as if what lived in the clearing had followed me. Not physically, but in the imprint it left on my mind. Sunlight filtered down in loose columns, dappling the ground with shifting patches, but the brightness no longer comforted me. I couldn't stop glancing over my shoulder. Each time, the meadow lay farther behind, its edge swallowed by the density of trunks, yet I swore I could still sense its pull. Like gravity doesn't simply vanish when you leave the planet. The meadow's presence seemed to cling. The trail, which should have been familiar, I had walked it only the day before, felt altered. My boots scuffed over roots and rocks I didn't remember. Birds chattered briefly and then fell silent whenever I passed. I told myself it was my imagination, the hangover of a night spent under pressure and silence, but reason was a poor shield. My thoughts returned again and again to the tap against the nylon, that polite but insistent patience. Nothing about it had been aggressive. It hadn't tried to break me open. It had only waited. And that, somehow, was worse. I pushed hard, making miles without rest, as though distance could sever what bound me to that place. When my legs screamed, I paused at a creek and drank directly from the current, ignoring the sting of cold on my teeth. The water rushed past, clear and hurried. its sound masking the forest's watchfulness for a moment. I wanted to stay there, to cling to that rushing noise, but dusk threatened. I needed to find a proper campsite. Something with ground hardened by use, the kind marked by stones or a fire ring. Proof that other people had been there and survived. By the time the sun folded itself beneath the horizon, I found one. A small clearing beside a pine grove. The ground flat and covered with the old imprint of tents. Relieved, I pitched mine quickly. This time careful to set it where human use had clearly left its mark. Not at the center of anything. Not near flowers. Just plain, solid dirt. When I crawled inside, I told myself I had learned my lesson. And yet, that night, the dreams came. I dreamt of circles, spirals tightening around me, but not of grass. These were etched in soil, in ash, in the sky itself. Concentric rings pulsed with light, bending toward me like a throat swallowing. Each time I tried to step away, the circles formed beneath my feet, the pattern reshaping itself to trap me inside. I woke gasping, the nylon ceiling slick with condensation inches from my face. The forest outside was quiet again, too quiet. No breeze, no insects. My body froze instinctively, waiting for the tap. None came. Instead, I heard something softer, almost worse, a rustling, as if hundreds of stalks brushed together in unison. I had left the meadow behind, but the sound carried here, faint yet deliberate. I told myself it was the pines, though the air was still. Sleep refused to return. I sat with my back against the tent wall, knife in hand, every minute stretching wide until the sky outside grew pale. When morning came, I packed quickly and moved on, though fatigue weighed on every motion. The trail led upward, toward a ridge. From there I could see the valley below, dense with forest and split by veins of silver water. The meadow was nowhere in sight. But as I scanned the landscape, my gaze snagged on clearings too round, too precise. They dotted the valley like eyes turned upward. Maybe they had always been there. Maybe I had never noticed before. I forced myself away from the ridge and pressed on. The day stretched, the sun bright but thin, as though filtered through something. The further I hiked, the more I realized the ground itself carried faint curves, arcs bending underfoot that seemed to intersect and overlap. I kept shaking my head, blaming my exhaustion, until I reached a fallen log where the moss grew in perfect rings. Concentric, layered, too deliberate. My stomach nodded. By evening, I stumbled upon another campsite, this one older, with a fire pit made of blackened stones. Charcoal still dusted the ring, though no recent ashes lingered. A tin can lay crushed nearby, rusting. Human presence long gone but undeniable. Again, I set my tent. Again, I tried to believe that distance meant safety. That night, I didn't dream. I listened. At first, there was nothing but the usual forest hush. Then, sometime after midnight, the silence returned. Not ordinary quiet, but absence. Every natural noise cut out, leaving only the ringing in my ears. My hand tightened on the knife before I even realized it. The tent wall dimpled once. Just once. A single, deliberate press inward, as if to remind me. Then nothing. I sat awake until dawn, heart pounding. When I finally unzipped the tent, the fire pit stones looked rearranged. They weren't, I told myself they weren't. But I couldn't shake the certainty that the circle had shifted in the night. The arc bent slightly inward, toward where I had slept. By the third day, exhaustion dulled fear into a steady thrum. I moved mechanically, one boot in front of the other, mind circling the same dread. Patterns, circles, pressure, patience. I wanted to scream at the trees, demand they tell me if I was imagining it, but the words clung to my throat. Mid-afternoon, I found something that nearly broke me. It was another campsite, this one abandoned in haste. A tent lay collapsed, fabric torn not by claws but by something smoother, almost sliced. A sleeping bag lay twisted halfway out, dirt clinging to the fabric. No blood, no sign of violence, but everything about it spoke of someone leaving too quickly. Around the tent, the grass bent in circles. Not crushed, bent, as if coaxed by hands that weren't hands. I wanted to turn and run. But run where? The trail behind me felt just as cursed as the one ahead. Instead, I forced myself past, refusing to look too long at the shapes in the grass. That night I didn't set my tent. I couldn't. Instead, I wrapped myself in my bag beneath a broad spruce, convincing myself the branches would shield me. I stared upward until the stars swam into focus. That's when I realized they, too, were wrong. The sky was clear, scattered with constellations I thought I knew. But they shifted. Slowly, subtly. The stars bent into arcs, arranging themselves into rings that pulsed faintly as though drawing breath. My heart thudded against the ground. I shut my eyes tight, but the image burned inside my eyelids. Even in darkness, the circles remained. I must have slept despite it, because I woke at dawn with pine needles pressed into my cheek. For a moment I felt relief. Morning meant safety. But when I sat up, the needles formed curved lines around me, faint but undeniable. My body had lain at the center of another pattern, one I hadn't placed myself in. Panic boiled into determination. I couldn't keep wandering blind, letting the forest play its games. I needed answers. People, something solid. I checked my map, fingers trembling, and saw that the nearest ranger station lay a day and a half's hike east. I set my compass and began. The trail grew harder. Switchbacks clawed upward through boulder fields. My legs ached with every climb. Yet beneath the strain, I felt the forest soften, as though the patterns allowed me passage so long as I didn't resist. The silence came and went in waves, each time accompanied by the faint brushing sound, the suggestion of stalks bending. By the time the sun slanted low, I stumbled onto a dirt service road carved roughly through the trees. Relief surged. Roads meant trucks, stations, human presence. I followed it eagerly, almost running despite my exhaustion. As dusk fell, I saw it a wooden structure half hidden by pines, a cabin with a metal roof reflecting the last light. My chest cracked with gratitude. The ranger station. Finally. But when I approached, I slowed. The building looked wrong. Not ruined, not abandoned, but untouched. Too untouched. The ground around it was bare of footprints. No tire tracks marred the dirt road. And surrounding the station, faint but unmistakable, the grass bent in arcs. Circles. Rings that reached outward, patient as always, waiting for me to notice. I stood frozen, the weight of every mile collapsing onto me. The meadow had never been behind me. I had been walking inside it the whole time. The ranger station waited in front of me, like a photograph pinned against the trees. Still, flat, without the clutter of real life. I wanted to run the last stretch, to hurl myself against the wooden door, and shout until someone answered, but the rings in the grass held me in place. They weren't dramatic, not obvious at a glance, but the longer I stared, the more undeniable. They became faint arcs in the dirt, circles tightening around the cabin, as if the earth itself had been brushed into order. I forced my legs forward. Each step felt tested, allowed, measured by something that had been walking with me all along. The doorknob was cold when I wrapped my hand around it, colder than the air, and for a moment I feared it wouldn't turn. But it did. swinging inward with a creak too loud for the silence that smothered everything else. Inside, the air was stale. Dust coated the desk, the shelves, the floorboards, but not thick enough to prove years of neglect. More like weeks. A map of the forest lay tacked to the wall. Circles inked on certain clearings. Too many circles. I stepped closer, my chest tightening, when I saw one drawn exactly where the meadow had been. Another where the torn tent lay abandoned. Another where I now stood, the ink fresh enough that it glistened faintly under my headlamp. Someone had marked this recently. I moved behind the desk and found a logbook left open. The entries were neat, dated, official at first. Reports of hikers, weather, fire risk. Then the writing changed. Shorter notes hurried. Circles moving. Don't camp inside them. They don't stop when you leave. Patience is worse than violence. The rings want center. The last entry was a smear. The pen dragged across the page, as though the writer had been pulled away mid-sentence. I shut the book quickly, my fingers shaking. A sound rose outside, not the tapping this time. Not the sigh, but a low hum, like the vibration of many thin strings pulled taut. The floorboards trembled beneath me. I rushed to the window. The rings had grown clearer, pressed into the earth in sharp relief, glowing faintly as if lit from below. They pulsed, tightening, the cabin caught at the center. My mouth dry. I had walked straight into its heart again. I bolted for the door. Outside, the rings shimmered, arcs bending as though adjusting themselves to my movement. I stumbled backward, unwilling to step into their lines, but with nowhere else to go. The hum deepened, resonant enough to rattle my teeth. The trees beyond the station shifted. Not in wind, they leaned. Their trunks bending in arcs that mirrored the ground, their branches curving overhead into spirals. The entire forest was folding itself inward, reshaping into circles that converged on me. I screamed, though the sound died quickly, swallowed by the silence that fell like a lid. Only the hum remained, steady, patient. My instincts screamed to run. So I did. I lunged across the nearest ring, boots scuffing dirt, my body bracing for impact, for something to drag me back. But nothing touched me. The circle gave way as though I had stepped into a ripple. I kept running, over one ring and then another, each arc trembling but not stopping me. Behind me, the station groaned. The wood cracked. The roof bent inward, and then the whole cabin folded like paper, collapsing into itself along invisible lines. I didn't stop to watch. Branches clawed at me as I plunged into the trees. The forest spun with arcs and spirals, every trunk bent, every leaf arranged. No direction felt safe. I chose east, clinging to the compass at my chest, forcing my body to move until my lungs burned. The hum followed. It was inside me now, vibrating in my bones, in the fillings of my teeth. I stumbled down a ravine, slid across loose dirt, and landed hard against a fallen log. For a moment I lay stunned, gasping, certain that the circles would close in and end it there. But when I looked up, I saw water. A river cut through the forest ahead, wide and fast, frothing white over boulders. Relief surged wild in me. Rivers break patterns. Water doesn't bend into circles, it cuts and carves. I scrambled toward it, every muscle screaming, and plunged into the current. The cold was brutal, seizing my chest, dragging me under. I fought upward, choking on spray, arms thrashing. The current ripped me downstream, away from the arcs carved into the forest floor, away from the hum. For the first time since the meadow, I felt distance. Not safety, but separation. I clung to that, even as the river battered me. Branches and rocks bruised my skin, tore my clothes. My pack ripped free and vanished into the current. But I didn't care. I only cared about leaving the circles behind. When the river finally spat me onto a gravel bank, I crawled forward on shaking limbs, coughing water, retching until bile burned my throat. The forest here looked ordinary, messy, chaotic, alive. No arcs, no patterns. Just tangled underbrush and uneven trees. I lay there for what felt like hours, too spent to move, listening desperately for the hum. Silence. Not the suffocating kind, but natural, soft. Birds chattered. Insects buzzed. The world breathed again. At dawn, I stumbled onto a service trail, mud sucking at my boots, every step a battle. My body was wrecked, but I followed the path until hours later, I heard the distant growl of an engine. I broke through the trees to find a ranger truck parked on the road, 2 men unloading supplies. They stared when they saw me, mud, caked, trembling, wild-eyed. One rushed forward, catching me before my knees gave out. I remember his voice, calm but urgent, asking what happened. I tried to answer, but the words collapsed into sobs. Later, wrapped in a blanket at their base station, I gave fragments of the story. I told them about the meadow, the rings, the tapping, the way the forest folded. Their expressions shifted from concern to disbelief, polite but guarded. One scribbled notes while the other fetched water, both careful not to call me crazy, but careful not to agree either. When I finished, the note taker cleared his throat and said hikers sometimes get disoriented, see patterns in nature. That stress and isolation do strange things to perception. I wanted to argue, to shove the logbook from the other station into his hands, but I had left it behind in my panic. All I had was my journal, the sketch of the meadow's rings, damp and smudged but still visible. They glanced at it, exchanged looks, and then set it gently on the table as though it were fragile. They let me stay the night, fed me, gave me dry clothes. In the morning, they offered to drive me back to the trailhead. I didn't argue. I didn't want to see another tree, another clearing. I wanted pavement, noise, people. Yet as we drove out of the forest, I stared through the truck window, scanning the trees, and I saw them. Not everywhere, not obvious, but enough. A patch of moss shaped too perfectly. A curve of stones bent in a deliberate arc. A stand of trees leaning inward, their crowns almost touching in a circle. The patterns hadn't stayed behind. They were everywhere, if you looked long enough. When we reached the edge of town, I thanked the rangers and walked away, before they could ask more questions. I told myself I would never hike alone again, never camp, never set foot in a meadow no matter how beautiful. I tried to believe I could bury the experience, that distance and noise and city lights would erase it. But I dream in circles now, every night. The rings tighten, always patient, always waiting. Sometimes I wake with the sheets creased around me in curves, my body lying perfectly at the center. Sometimes I hear the tap against the walls, soft and polite, reminding me it has all the time in the world, because that's the truth I can't escape. The meadow wasn't a place. It was an order, a pattern, something vast and deliberate. I stepped into it once, and it stepped into me, and it doesn't need to chase. It can wait. My name is Lennox Drew. I am 29 years old, an environmental engineer by training, and I spend more weekends than I should chasing mountains that look better on postcards than they feel beneath my boots. I am not a professional climber, nor a backcountry guide, but I know enough to pack the right gear, leave a route plan, and carry the weight of both common sense and arrogance in my pack. I grew up in Colorado, where the ridges bite into the sky like broken teeth. And though I moved away for work, I come back often to test myself against the trails that first taught me humility. On that particular day, I had set my sights on a high pass that cut through the Rockies, a place hikers spoke of as beautiful, but oddly hushed, where the wind carried less sound than it should. It was the kind of place I felt most alive, remote, strange, and thin with air. The climb had been long but steady, a weaving ascent through switchbacks and thinning trees, until the forest broke into tundra. The rocks there were the color of old coins, flecked with lichen that looked like burn marks. My boots scraped against gravel, sending tiny echoes tumbling down slopes that disappeared into mist. I was alone, though not lonely. Solitude has always been my companion, a steady hum beneath the louder noise of city life. When I reached the pass, my lungs burning in that sharp, rewarding way, I paused to let the silence press against me. It was then that I noticed the tin. It sat half buried in a cairn of stones, just visible between slabs of granite stacked by countless hands. The tin was weathered, edges dulled, but not rusted through. I knew the type, a trail register. Hikers leave their names, dates, sometimes short notes about the weather or conditions. They are both practical and ritualistic, breadcrumbs for safety, but also little human fingerprints on wild places. I pulled the tin free, wiped dust from the lid, and pried it open. Inside was a notebook, its pages stiff with mountain air, faintly warped from moisture. I flipped past entries that stretched back years, written in neat or hurried scrawls. Some were simple. August 12, clear skies. Snowfields melting. Others leaned poetic. The goats watched us from the ridge. No wind here, just breath. I smiled at that, amused at how hikers often romanticize animals, as if they're guardians of trails rather than opportunists, looking for salt on sweaty packs. On impulse, I took my pen and signed my name on the next blank line. Instead of the usual plain entry, I added a joke. Lennox drew. If I vanish, it was the goats. I chuckled under my breath, pleased with my own wit, and shut the notebook with the kind of casual satisfaction that comes when you know no one will ever care about the line but you. I slipped it back into the tin and replaced the cairn stones. The wind lifted against my jacket, cool and dry, as if approving my little mischief. I thought no more of it. That was my mistake. When I stopped for water at the crest of the pass, the tin caught my eye again. Something about it looked shifted. Maybe I hadn't replaced the stones carefully. Maybe the wind had tugged at it. I told myself it didn't matter, but a low unease prickled the back of my neck. I set my pack down, drank, and finally, curiosity got the better of me. I went back and opened the tin once more. The page I had signed was no longer blank beneath my words. Another line had appeared below mine. The handwriting was not mine, nor anyone I had seen in earlier entries. It was cramped, deliberate, as if each letter pressed too hard into the page. You should not have mocked. My first thought was practical. Maybe a hiker had followed just behind me, seen my joke, and written a stern response. But the trail had been empty for hours, and I had not heard anyone approach. The ink looked fresh, the black still gleaming faintly against the pale paper. My skin prickled with the same coldness as stepping into shade after sunlight. I laughed softly to myself, a sound too thin, and shook my head. Cute, I muttered, as if speaking aloud could keep the unease at bay. I closed the notebook again, more firmly this time, and shoved it back. I told myself not to linger. Superstition breeds in places like this, where the air is thinner than reason. People invent myths out of silence. I started down the far side of the pass, pushing my poles into loose gravel, but the thought clung to me like burrs. You should not have mocked. The phrase repeated in my mind, each step setting it deeper. By the time I reached a shelf of snow lingering in shadow, I had almost convinced myself it was nothing more than a joke from some local who didn't appreciate tourists. But then, at the next rest stop, I checked again. The register was in my pack. I hadn't remembered putting it there. That froze me worse than the wind. I had left it in the tin, hadn't I? I unzipped the top pocket, and there it was, edges of the notebook pressed against my extra gloves. For a long moment, I simply stared, my pulse drumming in my ears louder than the mountain silence. Finally, I forced myself to open it. The handwriting filled the page beneath my entry now, more lines unspooling like veins. Step, step, step. Drink from your bottle. Look over your shoulder. Do not laugh. The words mapped exactly what I had done since leaving the pass. My throat tightened. I flipped the page, my hands trembling. The next sheet was blank for only a second. Then dark lines appeared across it, forming words as I watched. Step again. I gasped and dropped the book. It hit the dirt with a dull thud, pages fluttering. The wind rushed past, yet no other sound carried across the pass. I crouched, heart hammering, and snatched it up. The line had completed itself. Step again. You will. I realized I was holding my breath. With a sharp exhale, I shoved the register deep into my pack, zipped it, and tightened every strap until it bit into my shoulders. I started walking faster, almost stumbling down the trail. Logic screamed inside me. This was impossible. Ink didn't appear by itself. No notebook could know what I was doing. And yet, the evidence pressed against my back with every stride. It was happening whether I understood it or not. The descent into the valley blurred with nerves. Every few minutes, I imagined the faintest scratching from my pack, like pen nibs on paper. I ignored it, eyes fixed on the trail ahead, until dusk began to fall. Shadows stretched long, painting the rocks with bruised light. When I finally stopped to make camp, I was exhausted but restless, hands clumsy as I pitched my tent. I should have left the register alone. I should have buried it in the cairn again, sealed it under stone, and walked away. Instead, when the dark fully settled and the cold began to bite, I unzipped the pack once more. My hands moved against my better judgment, like curiosity had taken control of my muscles. I pulled the notebook free and held it in the beam of my headlamp. Its cover was warm against my palms, though the night air had already dropped below freezing. The page was no longer describing my past actions. Now it was writing ahead of me, a faint line forming letter by letter, trailing slightly behind the flick of my eye. I watched in mounting dread as the words took shape. Lennox sits. He stares at the page. He turns his head to the left. I snapped my head left without meaning to. Nothing but darkness and boulders, crouched beyond the fire's glow. When I looked back, more words crawled across the paper. He breathes faster. He thinks of closing the book. He will not. I slammed the notebook shut. My breath came ragged, shallow, clouding in the headlamp's beam. The fire popped, sending sparks into the night. But the air felt wrong, as though something vast leaned just outside the circle of light. My hand shook as I shoved the register into the tent, burying it under my sleeping bag, as if weight alone could hold back whatever force had hitched itself to me. The night dragged. Sleep evaded me, replaced by the itch of awareness that I was being observed not from outside the tent, but from inside my own choices. at some point. I must have drifted off because I woke with a start to silence so deep it roared. The fire was out. Frost laced the tent walls, and from beneath my sleeping bag came a faint, steady scratching. I froze. The sound was unmistakable, pen on paper, dragging across lines. My hands trembled as I reached down and pulled the register free. The page glowed faintly in the dim light of my headlamp. Words scrawled across in the same merciless hand. Lennox wakes. He reads. He does not realize he is already late. I stared at the line until my vision blurred. My pulse thundered. My mouth went dry. Late for what? The register did not answer, but the scratching did not stop. More words unfurled as I watched, darker, harsher, almost tearing the paper with their urgency. And then the predictions began to go wrong. The register told me I would blink twice, then set it down. I refused. My eyes burned until tears stung them, but I didn't blink. My hand stayed frozen on the page, gripping the paper so hard my knuckles blanched white. For a second, I thought maybe I had beaten it, that if I disobeyed its script, it would falter. But then new words began to bleed through in the cramped, sharp handwriting, as though they had been waiting under the surface all along. He does not blink. He thinks he wins. He has already lost. The letters cut into me more than the cold air did. My breath fogged the page, curling white against black words. I shut the notebook, my pulse hammering in my throat, and stuffed it back into my pack. I swore I wouldn't open it again. I told myself I'd pack up, descend in the dark, if I had to, abandon this trip entirely. But when I tried to zip the pack shut, it jammed halfway, as if the teeth had clenched against one another. I yanked, cursed, tugged harder. Nothing moved. The zipper teeth had bent inward, biting on the fabric like jaws. My arms tremble with cold and fear as I let go. And then the scratching started again. It came muffled. From inside the pack. The unmistakable sound of ink dragging across paper. My body knew the noise before my brain admitted it. My stomach knotted. I pressed both hands over the fabric, trying to smother the sound, but it vibrated up through my palms. I shouldered the pack, staggered outside the tent into the brittle night, and flung it onto the rocks. The sound stopped. My chest heaved in the silence. For a moment, I thought maybe I had silenced it for good. Then the pack twitched. Not the wind, not settling weight. It jolted as if something inside had shifted with intention. My skin prickled from scalp to heels. I backed away until my boots hit the edge of my fire ring. The headlamp beam trembled across the granite, illuminating the outline of my pack as it shivered again, small but deliberate, as though restless hands were trapped inside. The zipper pulled itself an inch open. I didn't think. I grabbed the nearest rock from the fire ring and hurled it. The stone smacked into the pack with a dull crack. The twitching stopped. Silence again, absolute. My pulse pounded in my ears so loud, I barely heard myself panting. I waited, minutes dragging into an eternity, before daring to creep closer. The zipper was shut tight again, no gap, no tear. My rock had left a scuff mark on the fabric, nothing more. I didn't open it. I couldn't. I dragged the pack back to the tent with a trembling hand, shoved it into the vestibule, and zipped myself inside the nylon cocoon. The cold pressed down. Sleep didn't come, not really. My mind spun in anxious circles until at some point exhaustion won out. When I woke, pale dawn seeped across the valley, dim and metallic. My fire pit had collapsed into ash and frost. The pack sat exactly where I had left it. Zipper perfectly straight, fabric unmarked. For one fragile moment, I convinced myself the night had been hallucination brought on by altitude and fear. But then I unzipped the tent flap and saw the notebook lying on the snow. It was no longer in the pack. It had crawled out. My stomach dropped. The kind of weightless plummet you feel on a roller coaster, but stretched out, sick and sour. The notebook was closed, but its edges were dusted with fresh graphite, gray frost, as if it had been breathing in the night. Against every instinct, I stooped and picked it up. The cover was warmer than my skin. When I opened it, the handwriting already sprawled across the page. He takes the book. He walks east. He does not notice he is watched. My head snapped up. The ridge to the east glowed faintly with sun. Nothing stirred, no goats, no hikers, just rock and snow. I almost laughed, hollow, broken, at how absurd. It was to be relieved that there weren't goats. I should have thrown the notebook into the fire, if there had been one, or buried it under a boulder too heavy to shift. Instead, I shoved it into my jacket against my chest and started hiking. East, just like it had written. My thoughts stuttered with every step. Was I following its instructions? Or had the instructions simply described what I was already doing? By mid-morning, clouds thickened above the peaks, bruised purple and gray. I descended into a narrow gulch where the wind funneled in shivering gusts. Rocks lined the floor like vertebrae, each one rounded smooth as if a giant hand had rolled them. I stopped at a flat slab to eat a protein bar, but before I could take a bite, I felt it. The weight against my chest grew heavier. A vibration. I pulled the notebook out. A new page had already turned itself. Lennox stops. He eats. He does not notice the shadow behind him. The bar fell from my hand. My body refused to turn around, though my spine screamed to. Every muscle went taut. I held still, listening. The gulch wind hissed and funneled, but beneath it, I thought I heard something else. A scrape, a shuffle, the sound of weight shifting against stone. I spun around. Nothing, just the empty trail curling back into mist, but the notebook's page had changed. He spins. He sees nothing. He relaxes. That is wrong. My throat closed. I shoved it back into my jacket, half running now, boots skidding on scree. The gulch narrowed further, rock walls rising like jaws. The notebook pressed against me with every step, a parasite heartbeat against my ribs. I wanted to scream, to curse myself for ever picking it up. Hours blurred. My water ran low, my legs trembled with fatigue. At last I reached a small meadow wedged between ridges. Grass bent under the weight of frost. It should have been a relief, an open space after stone walls, but the air was too still, the silence oppressive. I dropped my pack and staggered to the edge of the meadow, gulping air. The notebook slipped from my jacket and fell open on the grass. I stared, breath fogging. The page already waited for me. He rests. He drops the weight. He reads. He knows the next 5 seconds. I waited. Nothing happened. No shadow. No sound. Just the frost crackling under my boots. My confusion swelled, then dread replaced it as words bled across the paper again, slowly, deliberately. He trusts the next 5 seconds. That is the trick. I slammed it shut, bile rising in my throat. My hands shook so hard I nearly dropped it again. The meadow's silence pressed close, suffocating. My skin crawled with the sense of being toyed with, nudged into choices not my own. The predictions weren't warnings anymore. They were traps. I wanted out. Off this trail, down to the car, back to cell signal, anywhere but here. But the pass was high above and miles away. The only way forward was down valley, where the trail curved into the trees. I clipped the pack, slung the notebook into the deepest pocket I had, and started moving. The forest closed around me, tall firs heavy with frost, branches sagging like tired shoulders. The silence grew heavier, as if each step sank me deeper into something dense and watching. My eyes flicked constantly between trunks, searching for movement, but the woods were still. Too still. When I finally dared to unzip the pocket again, the notebook's page was already filled. My stomach turned before I even read it. He thinks the trees are still. He thinks nothing moves. He does not notice how they lean. I whipped my head up. The trunks seemed straight. They seemed normal. But the longer I stared, the less sure I became. The lines weren't vertical anymore. They curved subtly, as if bending toward me. My chest tightened, breath quick and shallow. I snapped the notebook shut and stumbled forward, nearly tripping on a root. I didn't stop again until dusk painted the forest in long bruised shadows. My legs burned, my throat was raw with thirst, but stopping felt more dangerous than moving. I found a hollow between two stones and lit the smallest fire I could, just enough to keep the dark at bay. My hands fumbled with the lighter, clumsy with fatigue. The notebook was already waiting when I sat down, lying open on my knee though I hadn't pulled it from my pocket. Lennox sits by the fire. He does not see what crawls closer just beyond the light. I slammed it shut, heart slamming against my ribs. My headlamp beam shot outward, cutting into the dark. Nothing. No movement, no action, no breath. But the fire popped loudly, as if something had stepped too close. I told myself I wouldn't read again, that I'd let the book rot in my pack, no matter what. But long into the night, when the flames burned low and shadows thickened like oil, I felt it. The scratch, muffled but steady, as new words carved themselves without me. And for the first time, I realized something that made my blood run cold. It wasn't recording me. Not anymore. It was teaching me how to expect the wrong things. I should have left the register in the fire. But I didn't. I couldn't. Every time I tried to imagine burning it, I felt the phantom weight of the pages in my chest, like I'd be setting fire to a lung inside me. So I sat through the night, the notebook pressed on my hand like a living thing, scratching faintly against my palm, as if begging me to read. By dawn, my mind was frayed, unraveling into threads that tangled every thought. The light should have been a relief, but instead it revealed what the shadows had only hinted. Around my camp, the ground was scuffed with half circles. Lines in the frost like something had shuffled and out of the trees, always stopping just beyond where my firelight had reached. They weren't animal prints. They weren't boot tracks. They were more like the drag of a weight, or the turn of a page across the earth. My stomach clenched. The notebook was already open. I hadn't touched it. He wakes. He sees the marks. He thinks of burning me. He will not. I staggered to my feet, a bitter laugh tearing out of me. "Your paper," I hissed. "You're nothing." My voice sounded thin in the empty woods, words snagging on branches before dying. The register didn't care. The ink didn't fade. The page filled again. He pretends he is stronger. He is not. He is late. That word again. Late. Late for what? My throat ached with the question, but I didn't ask. I couldn't bear to see the answer appear. I packed fast, clumsy, shouldering my gear as if the weight could protect me. I stumbled down, trail, refusing to look at the register even as it scraped and writhed against my ribs. By mid-morning the forest began to thin, light pooling through gaps in the canopy. The trail widened, dusted with frost but open, almost welcoming. My chest loosened for the first time in hours. Maybe I could make it out. Maybe I could shake this thing back into myth. Then I tripped. My boot caught on something half buried. I pitched forward, landing hard on my palms, breath knocked from me. When I pushed myself up, I saw what had caught me. Another tin box. It sat exactly in the middle of the trail, stones stacked carefully around it, as though waiting. My stomach hollowed. My hands shook. Slowly, against every screaming instinct, I brushed the frost away. The cairn was new, too new. The rocks weren't weathered or mossed. They gleamed as though placed just last night. My head swam. I pulled the lid off the tin. Inside wasn't another register. It was the same one. My register. The same warped cover, the same bent corner. But my copy still sat against my chest. I unzipped a jacket with trembling hands and pulled it out. Identical. Two versions of the same book. One breathing faint heat against my palm, the other cold in the tin. I wanted to drop them both, leave them behind, run. But the warmth in the one I'd carried pulsed like a heartbeat, and when I tried to toss it away, my hand clenched shut against my will. My body would not obey. My knees buckled with terror. The colder book in the tin stirred. Its pages flipped on their own, windless, until it landed on a blank one. Words seared into it with speed. Choose. My breath sawed in and out. The warm book in my hand writhed, tugging at my wrist. The cold one in the tin gleamed with morning frost, its letters carving deeper, urgent. Choose. Which carries you forward? Which carries you back? I thought of the past behind me, high and cruel. I thought of the valley below, forested and heavy with silence. Neither felt safe. Neither felt mine. My hand trembled, the warm book burning now, scalding against my palm. My skin blistered. With a ragged cry, I dropped it. It hit the dirt and didn't bounce. It sank, as though the ground had turned liquid beneath it. The register slid down into the earth, like a skin through water. My skin throbbed where it had burned me. The cold copy in the tin stayed still, its page waiting. My breath came ragged. I reached in and grabbed it. The frost bit my fingers, but it didn't burn. Not yet. I shoved it into my pack, slammed the lid back onto the tin, and toppled the cairn into rubble. Stones clattered down the slope. The silence returned, deeper, heavier, as though the mountain itself held its breath. I ran. The trail blurred under me, a tunnel of frost and pine. The register beat against my back, each impact like a whispered word I couldn't hear. My lungs tore with every breath, but I didn't stop until the trees broke open into another meadow. At first, I thought I'd circled back. The grass bent the same way, concentric, careful, like something had calmed it. My heart faltered. But this meadow was different. At its center stood a wooden post, weather-worn, with a metal box bolted to the top. A sign above it leaned crooked, letters faded but still legible. Tral Rajistar, Sajien. My legs nearly gave out. My laugh came wild and broken. This was the beginning, or the end. This was where hikers left their names to prove they had passed through. My mind reeled. Had I gone in circles? Had I never left the pass? The register in my pack squirmed. The zipper teeth strained. I fell to my knees in front of the post, dragged the notebook out, and slammed it against the box. My hands shook so violently I could barely open it. The page inside already bore my handwriting, though I hadn't written a word. Lennox drew. If I vanish, it was the goats. Beneath it, in the cramped, merciless scrawl, a new line appeared even as I watched. And he did. The air left my chest in a rush. My vision blurred, the world tilting. I clawed at the page, tried to tear it free, but the paper wouldn't rip. It writhed. ink bleeding outward into shapes I didn't want to recognize. My reflection flickered on the surface of the letters, my face pale, my eyes wide but wrong. A fraction too late, a fraction too slow. The register wrote again. He tears at the page. He screams. He does not see what steps into him. My scream died in my throat. The meadow hushed. A pressure pressed against my back, not touch but presence, sliding cold and inevitable through me, as though I were no more than another page to be written on. My knees buckled. The book closed by itself. Darkness swelled. When I woke, I was still kneeling at the post. The register sat open before me, the page waiting, blank except for the date. My pen lay beside it. My pack was gone. My fire gear, my food, everything. Only the notebook and the pen remained. My hand reached, trembling, without my consent. The first stroke carved itself L, then E, then N. I was signing my name again. I tried to pull away. My muscles refused. My hand moved of its own accord, finishing each letter with mechanical certainty. My throat worked soundlessly. The page Philip Lennox drew, and beneath it another line unfurled before the ink dried. He writes again. He thinks it is his last. It is not. The book snapped shut. The meadow lay silent. The wind died. And I understood at last there was never just one register. The mountains were full of them, scattered across passes and meadows, each waiting for another hand to sign, each waiting for another voice to mock, to disbelieve, to write itself into a story already finished. The goats had never been the joke. The joke was me, and I am still being written. My name is Priya Desai. I was born in Ahmedabad, India, and raised in Toronto, Canada, where my parents sought a quieter, more stable life. I studied environmental science because I believed understanding nature was the closest thing to understanding truth itself. At 27 years old, I have spent much of my free time hiking, camping, and documenting the small details most people miss. The way moss traces the seams of a granite boulder, the angle of spider's silk at sunrise, the exact sound water makes when it strikes shale versus limestone. I believed observation was a form of reverence. I also believed, naively, that knowledge was enough to keep me safe. That belief fractured on a trip last summer. I had taken a week off work and decided to camp alone in a remote section of the northern Rockies. Solitude has always been both my comfort and my undoing. I prepared carefully. Tent, food sealed in bare canisters, a portable stove, maps laminated and tucked in waterproof sleeves. I carried a water filter, one I had used on at least a dozen prior trips. It had always worked fine, though I never stopped to consider that sometimes it is not the visible impurities one should fear, but what lies beneath the surface itself. On my third day out, after traversing a steep ridgeline that shredded my calves and left me trembling with fatigue, I reached a meadow pressed flat with wildflowers and saw the pool. It was not fed by a stream, not visibly anyway. It sat at the edge of a stand of spruce, a small basin cupped in the earth, maybe 10 feet across. The water appeared clear, so startlingly so that I thought at first it must be rainwater gathered recently. The surface was glassy, silvered with the sky, reflecting clouds so sharp they seemed closer than the real ones above. I was thirsty enough that my lips felt cracked into separate pieces. My filter was ready. Logic won over hesitation. The first oddity came when I bent to scoop the water. The instant my bottle broke the surface, the pool quivered. Not the ripple of my own hand, nor the scatter of insects, nor the brush of wind. The entire surface shifted in one soft, unified shudder, like the belly of a sleeper startled by a dream. For a moment, I thought something had exhaled beneath it. A fish, perhaps, but the water was so clear. I should have seen any life inside, and there was none. I told myself I was tired. That fatigue was a trickster and thirst was its accomplice. I dipped the bottle fully and filled it. My filter clicked on, each pump sending the water through the tube into a separate container meant for cooking. The ritual soothed me: intake, pump, output. I trusted the mechanics of it. I trusted science more than I trusted my own senses. By the time I set up my tent in a flat pocket of grass nearby, dusk was bending the sky violet. I boiled a handful of rice with lentils, poured the filtered water into the pot, and set it on the stove. The hiss of flame was comfort in miniature. I thought little more of the pool until the next morning, when I tried to make tea. The bottle still sloshed heavy in my hand, though I had used at least half of it the night before. I unscrewed the cap, tipped it over the pot, and poured. Water streamed into the pot, rising nearly to the rim. I set the bottle down, expecting it to be lighter, nearly empty. But when I lifted it again, the weight was unchanged. I frowned, shook it. The sound was the same, half full, generous in its promise. I poured again, filling a second pot this time, and checked once more. Still heavy. Still sloshing. Confusion is a quiet predator. It rarely attacks in the open. At first it circled. Maybe I had misjudged the volume. Maybe I had filled the bottle more than I remembered. But the logic thinned the longer I tried to believe it. No matter how much water I poured, the level in the bottle never dropped. The third oddity came with sound. I pressed the bottle to my ear, curious, irrational. At first I heard only the soft lap of water against plastic. Then tap, a faint, deliberate tick, as if a fingertip had brushed the inner wall. I froze, holding my breath. The sound repeated. Not chaotic. Not the accidental gurgle of a bubble, but steady. Tap. Tap, like someone knocking politely from inside. I told myself the obvious lie: pressure. Trapped air. Some quirk of physics I had not studied. I left the bottle on a rock and walked away. The trouble was, when I returned an hour later, the bottle had rolled closer to the tent, though the ground was flat, and the tapping had not ceased. Sleep that night was thin, broken. I woke at intervals to the sense of company, though no human was near. Coyotes howled at a distance, an ordinary sound. The unusual one was subtler. The faint plasticky vibration of tap, 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 continuing as if time meant nothing to it. I stuffed the bottle deep into my backpack, under clothes, under gear, hoping muffling would erase it. It did not. The sound threaded through fabric, through nylon, through my nerves. The following morning, I considered pouring the bottle back into the pool. Maybe that would undo whatever I had stirred. But a new unease stopped me. I was not sure the pool wanted its gift returned. That thought was not mine. It came dressed in the cadence of another voice, one that belonged not to memory but to presence. I tried to hike on, to leave the pool behind. My plan was to reach a ridge pass by afternoon and descend toward a known campsite near a river. But each step forward carried the weight of something unshaken, something hitching a ride. The pack strained heavier than before, not just in muscle but in spirit. I paused often, telling myself it was fatigue. Yet each pause, the tapping found me again, insistent. By midday, clouds pulled taut across the sky, shading the ground in patches like bruises. I stopped to drink from my other bottle, the one filled earlier from a stream on day one, the normal one. That water was nearly gone. I knew I should drink from the bottomless one, but fear is a strange thirst. It tightens rather than quenches. I would rather suffer dry tongue and headache than put that water to my lips. I reached the pass late, wind raking the ridge, air thin enough that every breath rasped. The trail down was scree, unstable, a slope more threat than path. I decided to stop there, just shy of the descent, and make camp in a niche between boulders. The view was wide enough that I could see a storm forming on the horizon, lightning sketching distant peaks. That night I cooked the last of my rice with the infinite water, because what else could I do? The flame boiled it just as before. Steam rose, yet when I tasted the rice, it was colder than uncooked grain, as if the boiling had been theater and nothing more. My stomach tightened, my throat rebelled, and I spit it out into the dirt. I poured the pot away, thinking at least the act would lessen the burden. But when I looked back at the pot a few minutes later, it was full again. Clear water, no rice. The smell was faintly metallic, like a coin pressed too long between sweaty palms. That was when I stopped thinking of the bottle as an object. It had agency. It had patience. And it was not content with being carried. It wanted to be acknowledged. I sat in the dark with my headlamp dimmed, low, listening to the storm wander closer. The tapping inside the bottle did not speed up, did not grow frantic, only steady, steady, steady. I began to sense timing between the taps and my own pulse, as though my body was being studied, measured. It was waiting for something, for me to drink, for me to ask. I turned the bottle over in my hands. The water inside looked as clear as when I had scooped it. No sediment, no floating debris, pure transparency. Yet in the very center, just for a breath span, I thought I saw the water flex, a tiny bulge, like the rise of lungs inside a ribcage. I dropped it then, heart pounding, and the bottle rolled against my boot, with a tap louder than all the ones before. The storm broke above me, lightning crawling across the ridge like cracks in glass. I shoved the bottle outside the tent, left it lying in the rain. The thunder drowned its sound, but only for minutes at a time. Between each boom, I could hear it again. Tap, tap. The storm felt less like weather and more like applause for whatever I had agreed to carry. By dawn, I had not slept. My eyes were raw, my mouth dry enough to sting. And still, the bottle lay there, waiting, unemptied, unending, the water level unchanged. I knew then that leaving it behind would not save me, because the weight in my pack was not the bottle itself. It was the attention that had noticed me when I touched the pool. I had invited something into my life without meaning to, and it was far more patient than I could ever hope to be. The morning was colorless, sky washed to the shade of ash. I packed quickly, each motion sharpened by exhaustion. My hands shook as I folded the tent, not from cold but from the sense that I was being watched through the skin of the world itself. The bottle waited on the ground, droplets from last night's rain sliding down its surface like tears. I didn't want to touch it, but leaving it there was impossible. My body moved before my mind, lifting it and tucking it back into the side pocket of my pack. The weight settled against my hip, like a hand resting too long on my body. The descent from the pass should have been straightforward. Steep scree at first, then a long meadow sloped down toward the river. I welcomed the thought of flowing water, real water, something I could trust. But as I picked my way down the loose rocks, the sound of the bottle became impossible to ignore. The taps had shifted. No longer steady, they now mirrored my footsteps. An echo not of sound but of rhythm. Step tap, step tap. When I paused, it paused too. I began to descend faster, as if speed could outpace the mimicry. My boots skidded, grit rolling underfoot. A fall here could mean broken bone, stranded miles from help. Yet fear pushed harder than caution. The storm clouds had passed eastward, leaving behind a silence thick enough to feel weighted. No birds called. No wind moved the grass. Even the crunch of my steps seemed muted, as though the world were holding its breath. By midday, I reached the river valley. Relief should have bloomed, but instead unease deepened. The river ran wide, its current swift with snowmelt. I crouched by the bank, dipped my other bottle, and drank greedily. The cold cut my throat in the most blessed way, sharp and real. I rinsed my face, let the river wash grit from my skin. But when I turned back, the other bottle, the one that would not empty, had rolled from the pack to rest at the edge of the water. I froze. It hadn't been near the edge a moment ago. My pack lay upright several feet away. Yet the cursed bottle had shifted, as if drawn to its source. I reached slowly, heart hammering, and snatched it before it could slip into the current. The plastic was warm, not from sun but from itself, pulsing faintly like blood under skin. I jammed it deep into the pack and cinched every strap. Then I walked, following the river downstream, hoping distance would thin the presence. The terrain grew easier, the path broadening into a faint game trail. Yet the air thickened. I began to notice strange details. Along the banky stones stacked into tiny cairns, each no taller than my knee, positioned precisely at intervals. At first I thought they were natural. Then I saw the pattern. Each cairn leaned subtly toward the water, like worshippers bowing. I did not stop to examine them. I quickened my pace until the cairns thinned, though the image followed me, repeating behind my eyelids each time I blinked. By evening, I reached a grove where spruce clustered, so tightly their branches knitted overhead. I made camp there, too tired to continue. My limbs ached, my mouth was dry again, though I refused to drink from the endless bottle. I boiled more river water, cooked the last of my provisions. For a few moments, normalcy returned. The hiss of the stove, the scrape of my spoon. I tried to anchor myself to those sounds. But when I unrolled my sleeping bag, I found the bottle lying inside, nestled where my body should go. I had not touched it since sealing the pack. My stomach turned to ice. I lifted it with shaking hands. The water inside was no longer clear. Shapes drifted in its depth, pale and slow, as though a finger dragged through foggy glass. The tapping began again, more insistent, faster now. The rhythm of someone knocking to be let out. I whispered aloud, voice cracking, "What do you want?" The sound stopped. The silence that followed was worse. I set the bottle outside the tent and zipped the door. For an hour, maybe more, I lay in my bag staring at the nylon ceiling, waiting. My pulse roared in my ears. I nearly convinced myself it was over, until the bottle pressed against the tent wall from outside. The curve of plastic dented inward, a bulge tracing across like a fingertip sliding along fabric. I bolted upright, fumbling for my headlamp. The beam lit the wall, the bulge retreating just as quickly as it came. My breath came in shallow gasps. I thought of running, but where to? The forest was endless, the night thick. Sleep was impossible. I sat awake until dawn seeped gray through the trees. The bottle remained outside where I had left it, upright as though standing guard. My body shook with exhaustion, but I packed anyway, forcing myself to keep moving. The next day blurred. Miles of trail, the scrape of roots underfoot, the constant awareness of the thing I carried. I avoided looking directly at it, though sometimes I caught glimpses, the water inside flexing, a shadow curling against the plastic. The tapping had slowed again, but now it came in threes. Tap, tap, tap. A pause. Tap, tap, tap. Like a code I couldn't decipher. Late that afternoon, I reached a dilapidated ranger station marked on my map. It hadn't been manned in years, but the structure still stood. Weathered wood, shutters hanging crooked. I decided to rest there, hoping walls might bring comfort. Inside, the air smelled of mold and pine rot. Dust filmed the counter. Broken chairs lay collapsed in the corner. A logbook sat open on a table, pages warped from damp. Curiosity won over fear for a moment. I brushed off the dirt and read. Entries from decades ago described routine patrols, trail maintenance, bear sightings, fire risks. Then the tone shifted. One entry written in trembling hand described water that gives too much. Another, do not drink what does not diminish. The last legible line, smudged with something darker than ink, read. It follows in vessels. Do not let it learn your name. I slammed the book shut, stomach lurching. But the words branded themselves in memory. My name. Hadn't I whispered it aloud to myself on the first night? Introducing myself like a ritual, a habit of solitude. And hadn't I spoken directly to the bottle last night? The realization hollowed me out. I could feel the attention tighten around me, unseen but undeniable. That night in the ranger station, I dreamed, or thought I dreamed, of being underwater. Not struggling, not drowning, just suspended in a vast, clear depth. Shapes moved around me, pale as knuckles, brushing close but never touching. A face leaned near, featureless yet intent. When I woke, my hair was damp, though no rain had fallen. The bottle sat inches from my head, cap unscrewed, though I hadn't touched it. Panic burned sharp. I hurled it across the room. It struck the far wall and bounced unbroken. Water splashed out, soaking the floorboards. Relief flared. Maybe I could drain it after all. I grabbed the bottle, tipped it upside down, shook violently. Water poured in sheets, gurgling, soaking my boots. I kept shaking until my arms went numb. Then I looked inside, still full. The water on the floor shivered, trembling in unison, then slid toward the bottle, as though the wood sloped inward. It gathered, pooled, and crawled back into the mouth. Within seconds, the floor was dry, the bottle heavy again in my hands. I dropped it, staggered back, bile rising in my throat. This was no longer strange luck or cursed physics. This was hunger disguised as gift. And it was bound to me now. Carried in my pack, my breath, maybe even my blood. I spent the rest of the night sitting against the wall, knife in hand, though I knew metal would mean nothing. Every so often, the bottle rocked on its own, rolling a few inches, then stilling. Each time, my name whispered faintly in the back of my skull, as though memory itself had grown lips. When dawn came, I fled the station without breakfast, without thought beyond escape. My map showed another 2 days to the trailhead. I prayed that civilization might weaken whatever had attached itself to me. But the tapping followed, constant as heartbeat. Now so loud, I thought others might hear if anyone were near. The forest began to change as I walked. Trees leaned closer, branches stooping as though to listen. The ground squelched though it hadn't rained. I glimpsed flashes of water where none should be, a puddle under a sun-baked rock, droplets hanging midair then vanishing. My shadow warped, stretched thin as if reflected in ripples. By evening, I could no longer deny the truth. I was not merely carrying the bottle, I was carrying its source. The pool in the meadow had marked me, chosen me, whatever word fit best. And the river, the cairns, the silence, they were not coincidences. They were arrangements. I had stepped into a system I did not understand, and the water was patient enough to teach me lesson by lesson. That night, camped in another grove, I listened to the taps shift into something new. No longer threes. Now they spelled rhythm closer to speech. Not words exactly, but syllables shaping themselves. When I closed my eyes, I could almost translate. Almost. And somewhere beyond exhaustion, beyond terror, the most frightening truth settled into me. The bottle was not asking anymore. It was practicing. The forest thinned as I pushed onward, though distance meant little now. I knew it was 2 days to the trailhead by map, but the rhythm of the bottle made hours collapse into blurs of tapping and silence. The trees grew taller, spaced farther apart, letting more light through. Yet the openness did not comfort me. It exposed me. I could feel something trailing behind, just out of sight, as if my shadow had split off and learned to walk separate from me. By midday, my throat was raw. The last of the normal river water was gone. My lips cracked until they bled, and still I refused to drink from the endless supply in my pack. I told myself that holding out was resistance, that as long as I did not drink, it could not claim more of me. But the truth gnawed deeper. I already belonged to it. The only choice left was how long I could delay acknowledgement. The tapping grew louder as thirst sharpened. Tap, 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 rapid now, almost gleeful. The bottle shifted in the side pocket of my pack, nudging my ribs as if reminding me of its generosity. Each step jarred it against me, a constant persuasion. My body begged. My mind fractured. By afternoon, I stumbled onto a clearing with a cabin ruin in its center. 4 walls. Roof collapsed, a chimney leaning like a crooked tooth. I thought at first it was abandoned, but smoke lingered faintly in the air, though no fire burned. The ground around the ruin was damp, soft underfoot, though no stream ran nearby. I dropped my pack and sat against a beam, chest heaving. The bottle rolled out, settling between my boots. I stared at it until my vision blurred. In the heat of exhaustion, I swore the water moved inside, not swirling but shaping itself. Outlines emerged, a face, unfinished, like clay half-formed. Eyes without pupils, mouth without teeth. It pressed against the plastic, distorting it outward, and the taps became a drumming pulse. I squeezed my eyes shut. But the sound filled the clearing, not from the bottle anymore, but from the ground itself, like rain on hollow wood. Tap, 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 everywhere. My chest constricted. I snatched the bottle and hurled it against the chimney stone. Plastic split, water gushed out. Relief flared, until I saw the liquid crawl across the rocks, pooling together, dragging itself back into the broken vessel. The split sealed before my eyes. The bottle lay whole again, water clear as if untouched. The only evidence was the dampness on my boots and the lingering smell, metallic and sour, like blood left too long in air. I wanted to scream, but the forest had no patience for sound. The silence returned sharp, punishing, swallowing even my breath. My scream would go nowhere. As night fell, I forced myself to light a fire with the last of my tinder. Flames licked upward, fragile. I fed them with splintered wood from the ruin, each crack of burning pine giving me courage. I set the bottle across the clearing, far from me. The tapping resumed, steady as heartbeat. I don't remember falling asleep, but I woke in the dark to a sound worse than tapping. It was whispering. Not loud, not even clear, but my name, stretched and softened, Priya. The syllables folded through the air like smoke. My skin crawled. I sat up, eyes darting. The fire had burned low, embers glowing faint. The bottle was gone. I scrambled up, heart in my throat. The whispering rose closer. I spun in circles, light from my headlamp cutting beams across the clearing. Then I saw it. The bottle sat atop the chimney, balanced impossibly on the slanted brick, water gleaming as if lit from within. And in that water, the face had formed fully this time. Eyes dark hollows, mouth stretched wide in a smile too thin for human bone. I stumbled back, tripped, landed hard on my palms. Blood smeared gravel into my skin, but I barely felt it. The face in the bottle blinked. Not a trick of light, not exhaustion, but deliberate. Big, and the whisper came again, louder. Something inside me cracked. I bolted. Left the clearing, the ruin, the fire sputtering to death. I ran through trees half, lit by my lamp, branches whipping my arms, roots catching my boots. Behind me, water moved. I heard it slosh though no stream ran. The whisper followed, sometimes my name, sometimes words I couldn't understand. Liquid syllables, rushing, drowning, promising. I don't know how long I ran. Hours, maybe. My lungs tore, my legs burned. Eventually I collapsed against a tree, chest heaving. My pack was still with me. My heart sank. I hadn't left it behind. The bottle was still there, pressing against my spine. I clawed at the straps, ripped the pack off, hurled it away. It hit the ground with a wet thud. Water seeped out, not from any tear, but from the earth itself around it. Puddles spread in circles, advancing toward me. I scrambled back, boots sinking in sudden mud. The forest floor was bleeding water from nowhere, rising, licking up the trunks of trees. I ran again blindly, until dawn broke gray. The world was wrong. Streams cut across trails where no water should run. Ferns dripped though no dew had fallen. Even my breath fogged though the air was not cold. And always, always the tapping. Sometimes close, sometimes far, but never gone. By the second evening, delirium dragged me under. I collapsed in another grove, vision double, body screaming for water. I pulled the bottle out at last, too weak to fight. The water inside gleamed, inviting. The face was gone, only clear depth remaining. My throat burned. I lifted it, the first sip was heaven. Cold, pure, sliding into my mouth like silk. My body convulsed with relief. I drank again deeper, and then I realized the mistake. The water did not stop. It flowed into me faster than I swallowed, filling my chest, my stomach, my lungs. I gagged, coughed, but it forced itself down, endless. My body arched, every nerve screaming. I threw the bottle away, but the water was already inside. My stomach sloshed heavy, my chest gurgled. I fell to my knees, coughing streams onto the dirt, but the water didn't leave. It multiplied. I vomited clear liquid, yet the fullness remained. Worse each second. My vision blurred, edges rippling like looking through a glass pane. The last thing I remember clearly was collapsing on the ground, feeling my heartbeat sink with something larger. My pulse slowed, stretched, until it no longer felt like mine. The tapping faded, replaced by a deep, slow rhythm, like the tide itself. Then blackness. When I woke, I was lying beside the trailhead. My clothes were damp, but my pack was dry. The bottle sat upright a few feet away, cap sealed, water level unchanged. Hikers found me hours later. They said I was dehydrated, delirious. They gave me normal water, watched me drink. They laughed when I shuddered, told me I was lucky to survive. I never told them the truth. That the water had filled me. That it had tasted me. That it had learned my name. I sit now in my apartment, weeks later, bottle tucked in the darkest corner of my closet. I tried to throw it away once, into a dumpster miles from home. It was back the next morning, waiting by my bed. I don't touch it anymore. I don't even look at it. But sometimes, late at night, when the city sleeps, I hear it. Tap, tap, tap. Practicing. My name is Corbin Yates. I was born in the foothills of western Montana, raised among pine needles and shale slopes, and from a young age, I felt at ease in the kind of silence that makes other people shift in their boots. I am not a man who strays often from marked paths, but I pride myself on a certain attentiveness, the kind that notices a flicker of movement in the trees or a change in the tenor of wind. I tell you this so that what follows does not sound like the clumsy wandering of an inexperienced hiker. What happened was not a matter of poor skill, but of a mistake. One choice that in hindsight seems small, but opened into a canyon of consequence. The day had been mild, with clouds stretched thin across a high sky, the air smelling faintly of warmed sap. I had set out that morning with no particular ambition. Just a circuitous trail that would loop me back to camp by late afternoon. I carried a light pack with water jerky, a compass, a whistle, and a folding knife. Enough to feel secure, not so much as to weigh me down. I kept a steady pace, stopping occasionally to study the scar of a beetle on a trunk or to listen for hawks above. For most of the day, nothing unusual announced itself. The wilderness has a way of lulling one into the rhythm of footfall and breath, as if the trees themselves conspire to soften your vigilance. It was late afternoon when I heard the bark. It cut through the forest like a splinter, sharp, urgent, unmistakably canine. At first, I thought I had imagined it, a fragment of sound carried oddly through the trees. But then it came again, louder this time, edged with that peculiar panic dogs make when something has gone wrong. The kind of bark you hear when an animal is cornered, or when a loyal hound tries to alert someone its owner has fallen. I froze on the trail, pulse quickening, ears straining. The bark rose and fell, tugging at my instincts like a leash. Somewhere to the east, off trail, I told myself to be cautious. Dogs do not wander deep into wilderness without people, and people do not usually let them bark like that without rushing to quiet them. But the sound held a quality that was hard to ignore. It wasn't the casual yip of a dog chasing a squirrel, nor the territorial growl of a stray. It was pleading, frantic, almost human in its cadence. Against better judgment, I stepped off the trail. At first, the undergrowth resisted me, branches clutching at my sleeves, but the bark urged me onward. Each call seemed just ahead, close enough to keep me moving, but never close enough to resolve fully into sight. I pushed deeper, over mossy logs and through thickets of alder, the trail behind me vanishing, from memory like a bridge burned. My compass needle jittered uselessly in my palm, as if the very earth were reluctant to give me bearings. Still, the sound beckoned. At last I saw it, a flash of motion low to the ground, the telltale curve of a tail wagging among the ferns. Relief spiked through me. The dog was real. It stood in a small clearing, a medium-sized animal with a mottled coat, brown and white, the sort of mutt you would expect to see on a farm or trailing behind a family on a weekend hike. Its ears perked. Its body quivered with contained energy, and when our eyes met, it wagged harder, a canine smile stretching its face. I felt a swell of responsibility. If the dog was out here, its owner must be nearby, perhaps hurt. I opened my mouth to call, but before the sound left my throat, the dog barked again. That was when my stomach turned cold. The bark did not fit the dog's body. Its mouth opened wider than it should have, lips pulled too far back, gums exposed in a grotesque grimace. Yet the tongue inside did not move. The bark emerged as though from a speaker, hidden deep in its chest, steady, loud, unconnected to the mechanics of a living throat. The wagging tail never faltered. The eyes, brown and wet, held no fear, only a strange brightness, as if amused at my confusion. I took a step back, boots sinking slightly in the damp soil. My first instinct was to retreat, to find my way back to the safety of the marked trail. But as I shifted, the dog turned and bounded a few paces, then stopped, glancing over its shoulder at me. It barked again, too wide, too wrong, and waited. The intention was clear: follow. Some part of me, the stubborn, rational part, insisted that I should leave. Whatever this was, it wasn't normal, and nothing good would come of pursuing it. Yet another part, quieter but stronger, whispered that if I turned back now, I would never know what lay at the end. Curiosity, pity, some strange compulsion, call it what you will, drove me onward. The dog slipped easily through the brush, tail flicking like a metronome. Each time it disappeared, I thought it gone, but then the bark would echo ahead, pulling me deeper still. I lost count of how long I followed. Shadows lengthened, and the quality of light shifted to that wary gold that precedes dusk. My water bottle grew lighter, my throat drier, yet I kept moving, driven by something that felt less like choice and more like inevitability. At last, the trees thinned into another clearing. The ground here was disturbed, a patchwork of flattened grass and overturned soil, as though animals had rooted or wrestled violently. In the center stood the entrance to a den. Not a natural burrow, not the mouth of a cave, but a structure framed deliberately with scavenged objects. Hiking poles leaned against one another in a crude arch, their straps dangling like limp flags. Torn packs were arranged around the perimeter, their zippers gaping, fabric shredded. Bits of gear, buckles, straps, scraps of nylon, littered the ground like offerings. The dog trotted to the threshold and sat, its tail thumping twice before stilling. It looked back at me, mouth closed now, tongue mauling harmlessly. For a moment, it resembled any ordinary animal. Then the sound began again. Not the bark this time, but something worse. It was my voice, calling my own name. Corbin, it echoed from the den's dark mouth. The syllables were drawn out, warped by the cavern, but undeniably mine. The pitch, the cadence, even the slight rasp I get after a long day outside. It was all there, spilling into the clearing, as though I were already inside, waiting for myself. Corbin, you're late. The dog did not move. Its eyes glittered with a patience that chilled me more than aggression ever could. I stood rooted, my own name bouncing around me like a ghost. The den's darkness yawned wider, and though my rational mind screamed to turn and flee, some deeper pull pressed at my feet, urging me closer. Closer into the waiting mouth that spoke with my stolen voice. I will tell you that I resisted, at least at first. I gripped the handle of my knife, though I did not draw it, and tried to steady my breath. The forest was quiet save for the imitation of myself, and the stillness pressed against my ears until the world felt hollow. Every instinct clashed. The urge to run, the compulsion to investigate, the disbelief that what I heard was possible. I thought of the marked trail, of the safety I had abandoned, of how small the decision had seemed when I stepped off it. Just a dog, just a bark. That was all it had taken. And then, against my will, I found myself moving forward. One step, then another, the arch of hiking poles framing my passage like a gate. The den smelled of damp earth and iron, a tang that coated my tongue. The voice grew clearer, closer, wrapping around me like a shroud. Corbin, here. Hurry. I wish I could say I turned back before the threshold, that I gathered enough sense to escape before my mistake deepened. But the truth is, that the threshold was already behind me before I realized it, and the light of the clearing had narrowed to a distant sliver. The den swallowed me, and with it, the last of the day's safety. The first thing I noticed inside the den was the air. It was thick and close, pressing into my lungs with every inhale, as if I were breathing through damp cloth. The light behind me dimmed quickly, swallowed by curves of packed soil that seemed to curl inward like ribs. I could still hear my own voice echoing from deeper within, steady, coaxing, patient. It didn't rush me. It didn't plead. It simply repeated my name, each syllable drawn like a thread tugging me further in. The ground sloped downward, uneven, littered with debris. I stepped carefully, my boots crunching over broken plastic, cracked sunglasses, the metal teeth of zippers. The walls bore scratch marks, long parallel lines etched into earth hardened like clay. Some clawed deep, others shallow, but none of them followed a natural pattern. They were deliberate. I whispered once, testing the silence. "Hello." My voice trembled despite me, and the den replied instantly, my own voice layered over mine, calling, "Hello," from just ahead. I flinched, pulse surging. It wasn't mimicry anymore. It was duplication, a mirror thrown forward. I held my knife now, blade unfolded. Though the gesture felt small, against the enormity of the wrongness around me. Each step forward felt like betrayal of my better sense. But standing still was worse. The den narrowed briefly, forcing me to turn my shoulders sideways, and then it opened again, revealing a chamber large enough to stand fully upright. My light, just a small headlamp I had clipped from my pack, flicked across the chamber and caught them, the remnants of other hikers. Not bodies, not bones, but what they left behind. A boot with its sole torn loose. A faded map folded wrong, its creases shredded. A stainless steel flask dented as though by teeth. These were not forgotten supplies dropped on accident. They were arranged, piled in heaps against the walls. Every piece bore marks of use and violence. At the center of the chamber was another arch. This one built not of hiking poles, but of femurs and tibias, pale and clean, lashed together with fraying rope. My headlamp beam jittered as my hand shook, and the structure cast spiderweb shadows that crawled over the walls. "Corbin," my voice said again. This time it came not from the tunnel ahead, but from directly behind the arch of bones. The sound did not echo, it was crisp, close, as if my mouth were already there, waiting. The dog padded into the chamber. I hadn't heard it follow me, but there it was, tail swishing lazily, tongue lolling. It sat at the base of the bone arch and fixed its eyes on me. Then its mouth opened wide, too wide, and my voice spilled from it in a low murmur, not calling my name this time but narrating. "He's afraid. He doesn't know if he should kneel. He doesn't know if he should run." My stomach twisted. I gripped the knife tighter, though it seemed useless. The dog tilted its head, as if amused. Its mouth shut, but the words kept coming, still in my tone, still describing me. "He thinks of sunlight outside. He doesn't remember which way the trail runs. He doesn't trust his own compass. He doesn't trust his own feet." I wanted to scream, to drown out the theft of my voice, but terror had lodged too deep in my throat. Instead, I backed a step toward the tunnel. My headlamp beam swung wildly, slicing across the heaps of gear. The piles looked wrong in the moving light. Not random after all, but forming rough outlines. Shapes that suggested sleeping figures, curled in fatal positions. My breath caught when I realized some of the nylon was stitched together, crude seams holding disparate packs like patchwork skin. The dog's mouth opened again. From within came laughter, but not mine this time. Higher pitched, sharp, like the bark of a hyena. It filled the chamber, bounced hard off the walls, until it seemed to come from everywhere. I pressed my hands over my ears, but still heard it vibrating inside my skull. I stumbled forward, not back, desperate to silence it. My boot struck something half, buried in dirt, and I looked down to see another compass, cracked. Needle spinning freely though my hand hadn't moved it. I kicked it aside and approached the bone arch. The laughter stopped abruptly. Silence pressed heavy. On impulse I leaned closer, shining the headlamp through the arch. The light revealed a passage dropping steeply, soil transitioning to stone, wet and slick. Moisture dripped in slow beads. The sound of water echoed faintly, but beneath it came something worse. My voice again, whispering rapid fragments. "He shouldn't too late. Come closer, closer." The dog rose, stretched its legs, and without hesitation padded through the bone arch and into the passage. Its wagging tail disappeared into shadow, and then my voice called again. "Hurry, Corbin. Don't let me wait." I don't know why I followed. Every rational part of me screamed against it, but I stepped through the arch all the same. Maybe I was already ensnared, already unable to resist. The soil grew slick underfoot. The ceiling lowered, and the air grew colder, metallic with the taste of blood. My headlamp flickered once, twice, and then steadied, casting pale rings on the stone. The passage twisted downward like a spiral, and I began to notice shapes carved into the walls. Not natural erosion, but deliberate etchings, concentric circles, spirals, stick, figures with elongated arms, crude renditions of dogs with human teeth. The carvings were old, their grooves softened by dampness, but they stretched endlessly along the tunnel, as though hundreds of hands had traced them over countless years. My legs shook with exhaustion and dread, but the voice ahead kept pulling me. At times it was soft, coaxing. At others it was scolding, sharp. "Faster, Corbin. You're late." The tunnel opened at last into a second chamber, larger than the first. The chamber's ceiling was high enough that my light couldn't touch it. The floor sloped to a pit at its center, where water pooled black and still. Around the pit were arranged the remnants of more camps. Stoves rusted through. Tents collapsed into fabric husks. Sleeping bags split open. The smell of mildew was strong, but threaded through it was something coppery, unmistakably the stench of blood. And there, standing at the edge of the pool, was myself. I froze. The figure wore my jacket, my jeans, even the same scuffed boots. The face, when it lifted, was mine in every detail, except for the eyes. They were too wide, pupils huge, reflecting my headlamp like the eyes of an animal at night. The double raised a hand and beckoned. Finally, it said, my voice, my exact voice. "You took long enough." The dog sat beside the double, tail wagging lazily. Its mouth stretched again, and from it came words in harmony with my doubles. "You're late. You're late." I felt the knife in my hand tremble. My double noticed and smiled. A cruel, thin smile that looked wrong on my face. "You don't need that. You know why you came. You came because I called. And you'll stay because you belong." The pool behind him rippled though no stone had been thrown. Something moved just beneath the surface, shapes too large, too slow to be fish. My reflection in the water shivered, and then another face surfaced. Mine again, but half submerged, lips mouthing silently in perfect unison with me. The dog barked once, the sound jarring and sharp, and the chamber vibrated as if the walls themselves had joined in. My double stepped closer. I wanted to retreat, but the tunnel behind me had narrowed in my mind, shrunk to impossibility. It felt as though the only path left was forward, toward myself, toward the pool that lapped softly at stone. The voice doubled, tripled, filling the chamber. My name, my thoughts, my doubts, spilling out from mouths that were not mine. My head spun. I clutched the knife, but the blade looked dull in the sickly light. My double extended its hand, palm up, inviting. And against every fiber of reason, I felt my own hand twitch in answer. The chamber tilted around me, as if I had stepped into the dream of someone else. My double's outstretched hand hovered only a few feet away, and yet it felt like a canyon separated us. The dog's tail thumped steadily on the stone, a metronome counting down something I couldn't name. My own voice filled the air, one version coaxing, another laughing, another muttering fragmented thoughts I had never spoken aloud, but recognized as my own private fears. I gripped the knife tighter, the handle slicked with sweat, the blade trembling like a tuning fork. I whispered to myself, barely audible, "I'm real. I'm me." But the words sounded unconvincing even to my own ears. The dog opened its mouth and repeated them back instantly. "I'm real. I'm me." But the cadence was off, twisted into mockery. My stomach churned. The double stepped closer. Its boots scuffed the stone in the same rhythm mine had moments earlier, every detail of movement perfect, uncanny. "You're tired, Corbin," it said. "You've walked far enough. Just come to me and we'll stop pretending." Behind it, the pool rippled again, sending out lazy concentric rings. From its surface, more faces began to surface, pale, warped by the water. Some were strangers, men and women I had never seen before. But a few mirrored me, each with slight differences, one older, with deeper lines on the face, one younger, hair cropped shorter, one with eyes hollow and black. They mouthed my name silently, over and over. I staggered back a step, though the narrowing tunnel behind offered no comfort. My headlamp beam caught on the carvings in the chamber walls, those spirals and stick, figures again, repeating in endless patterns. For the first time I noticed that some of the stick figures had no mouths at all, their faces blank, as though silenced. Others had wide ovals where mouths should be, stretched open too far, just like the dog. The double extended its hand further. "You belong here. You heard me call. You came, as they all do. The mistake wasn't leaving the trail. The mistake was thinking you were alone when you never were." The dog barked once. The sound shattered something in me. I shouted, whether in fear or defiance I couldn't tell, and lunged forward, slashing the knife across the double's arm. The blade connected. For one fleeting moment, resistance met steel, and I thought I had cut flesh. But no blood welled, no skin parted. Instead, the knife hissed like it had struck water, and a spray of cold droplets stung my face. My double only smiled wider. It leaned in close, so near I could see my reflection swimming in its eyes. "Even when you fight, you follow." I turned and bolted toward the tunnel, panic blazing hotter than reason. My boots pounded the stone, breath ragged. The chamber echoed with laughter. My laughter. My voice multiplied a dozen times. Behind me the dog barked again and again, each bark pushing me forward like a blow to the back. The tunnel twisted upward, my legs burning with the climb. I dared not look back. My headlamp beam quivered wildly. But the carvings on the walls seemed to shift as I passed, spirals opening like eyes that watched me retreat. The sound of water lapped closer and closer, though the pool was behind me, as if it rose up through the tunnel, chasing. At last, light, faint, natural, appeared ahead. I lunged toward it, scraping shoulders against the narrowing walls, dirt raining into my hair. With a final heave, I burst out into the clearing where I had first seen the dog. Twilight had fallen fully now, the forest washed in blue shadow. My chest heaved. My knife was still in my hand, blade dulled, dripping water. The clearing was empty. No dog, no den entrance. Behind me, the slope of earth was unbroken. Nothing but ferns and damp soil. For a moment, I wondered if I had imagined it all. If panic and darkness had played tricks on me. But when I glanced down, I saw the arch of hiking poles still standing, perfectly arranged. The torn packs ringed the space like silent witnesses. My legs nearly gave out. I staggered to the arch, touched one of the poles. It was solid, cold. When I leaned close, I heard faintly, so faintly, my own voice again, whispered from the soil, "Corbin, Corbin, late." I ripped my hand back and stumbled away. My compass needle spun uselessly in my pack pocket. The forest around me looked alien now. Every tree identical, every shadow too deep. I turned in a slow circle, trying to find east, west, any direction that felt real. Nothing. The dog barked once, distant. Then again closer. My heart leapt into my throat. I gritted my teeth, forced myself not to follow this time. Not again. I picked a direction, any direction, and ran. Branches clawed at my arms, roots grabbed at my boots. The bark chased me, always just behind, sometimes ahead, sometimes to the side, weaving me through the forest like a thread through cloth. Minutes, hours. I can't say how long I ran. When at last I stumbled onto the marked trail, the sudden sight of a wooden signpost nearly brought me to tears. My knees buckled, and I pressed my forehead against the rough wood, gasping. The bark faded. Silence returned, heavy and absolute. I made it back to camp long after dark, guided only by memory and luck. My fire was still smoldering, embers glowing faintly like eyes in the coals. I collapsed beside it, shaking, unable to eat or drink. My name echoed in my skull until exhaustion finally dragged me into uneasy sleep. When dawn came, the forest looked ordinary again. Sunlight pierced the canopy, birds sang, and the world wore its usual face. But when I reached for my water bottle, I froze. Inside the clear plastic, the water quivered. Not with my movement, not with wind, but as though something beneath it was breathing. I hurled it away, but the sight branded itself into me. That was weeks ago. Since then, I hear the bark sometimes, late at night, when the world is quiet. Sometimes it's far away, like a memory. Other times it's just outside my window, sharp, insistent, familiar. And sometimes worse, I hear my own voice call my name from the dark, reminding me that I was late once, and that sooner or later, everything waits to be answered. My name is Elias Porter, and I must confess that I have always carried an unhealthy confidence in my ability to handle the wilderness. I grew up in Montana, where the mountains are as much a part of a person's upbringing as the schoolhouse or the grocery store. From a young age, I learned to pitch tents, to read trail maps, to respect bears, and to build fires in the damp hush of alpine meadows. That confidence stayed with me into adulthood, though it shifted into something sharper, almost reckless, when I began taking trips with friends who trusted me to lead them. It felt like proof of who I was, that I could guide them, that I could choose the way, that the woods bent just enough to let me through while others stumbled. And if I am being honest, there was always a thrill in bending the rules, in cutting corners, in proving that warnings were only for those who lacked my resolve. It was on a long weekend in late September when I made the decisions that still echo in me like distant thunder. The air was already crisp with the promise of winter, the first snow dusting the higher ridges, but the valleys still burned gold with aspen leaves. My friends, 3 of them, all less experienced than I was, trusted me when I said we could push deeper than the usual roads. Their names were Lena, Marcus, and Jonah. Each of them looked to me when questions arose, and I wore their trust like a badge. I insisted that our trip would be unforgettable, and I was right, though not in the way any of us hoped. The first mistake was the trail we chose. A ranger at the station had suggested a moderate loop that kept to established routes, pointing out that daylight was shrinking fast this time of year. I thanked him politely and then, when we were out of sight, unfolded a different map I had been keeping folded in my jacket. It showed a spur trail that cut across a basin, unofficial and marked faintly with dotted lines. I told the group it would shave hours from our hike and lead us to a secluded lake where we could camp without running into other parties. They believed me. Of course they did. The path began well enough, narrow but still visible, weaving through lodgepole pine and open stretches of meadow. We laughed, we talked, we moved at a steady pace. Yet as the hours went by, the track faded, swallowed by undergrowth and scattered deadfall. Jonah asked if I was sure we were on the right path. I lied easily, saying the trail always looked like this after a quiet season. He nodded and said no more, though I caught him glancing back at the way we had come, as though rehearsing it in his mind. By late afternoon, the sky dimmed into a kind of bruised gray, the sun hidden behind high, thin clouds. The wind sharpened, rattling the branches above us. Lena asked if we should stop for the night, but I pressed them to keep going, promising that the lake was just ahead. I did not want to admit how much faith I had placed in a dotted line on an old, unofficial map. We stumbled on, and soon enough we came to a clearing that was wrong in every sense of the word. The trees ended abruptly, as if shorn away. The ground was bare, hard-packed, not earth so much as some pale surface like bone scoured clean. In the center stood the remains of a fire ring, blackened stones slick with moss. What caught my eye most, however, were the objects scattered around: hiking poles broken cleanly in half, a shredded tarp tangled in branches, a pair of boots stiff with rot. At first I told myself it was just abandoned gear, evidence of careless campers, but even then I knew better. The boots were placed neatly side by side, toes pointed toward the stone ring, as though their owner had stepped out of them in perfect symmetry. Marcus swore under his breath. He asked if we should turn back, and for the first time I felt a stir of doubt I could not quite silence. But pride is a cruel companion, and mine would not let me retreat so easily. I told them the clearing must have been used long ago, and that the lake could not be far. My voice sounded convincing, even to myself, and so we pressed onward. Not half an hour later, as dusk slid fast across the basin, we heard the sound of barking. It was sharp, frantic, carrying through the trees. A dog, lost or injured, or perhaps warning us away. My chest tightened with relief at the thought of finding another party nearby, someone who could confirm our route. Without hesitation, I followed the sound off the faint path, weaving between dark pines, ignoring Jonah's muttered protests. The barking grew louder, then stopped so suddenly that the silence seemed to ring. I found the animal, or what I thought was an animal, standing on a rise ahead. A dog mid-sized, its coat mottled gray. Its tail wagged with a rhythm, almost mechanical. When it opened its mouth, the barking resumed, but its tongue did not move. Its chest did not rise. The sound poured from it, as though the body were only a speaker. My own feet froze, and in that paralysis I understood the wrongness, the hollow quality of its movements. Then the bark shifted, warped, and spilled into something worse. It spoke my name. Not once, but again and again with the same cadence as if caught in a loop. Elias, Elias, Elias. Behind me, Lena gasped. Marcus cursed again. Jonah whispered that we needed to leave, his voice trembling. But I could not move. I watched as the dog, or the thing that wore a dog's shape, turned and trotted into a dark gap between the trees. And I followed, God help me, because my arrogance had not yet cracked. I told myself I needed to prove it was only a trick of the wilderness, some echo, some illusion. I told myself that if I faced it, the fear would dissolve. The gap opened into a den framed by torn, nylon packs and splintered poles driven into the earth like crude pillars. The air was rank, heavy with the sour reek of wet fur and something metallic beneath. Inside, the dark pressed close, and the barking shifted again until it was no longer a dog's cry, no longer my name, but my own voice calling as though I were late. I staggered back, the blood rushing in my ears, the weight of the others' stares burning into me. They wanted to turn back. They wanted to survive. And I had led them here. That night we made camp in the nearest patch of ground that seemed remotely safe. None of us spoke much as we worked. The silence had grown brittle, cracking at every small sound. The fire we built smoked heavily, refusing to burn clean. I kept my back to the tree's eyes, darting toward the dark spaces between them, listening for the bark that was no bark, for the echo that was no echo. Sleep came in shallow, fractured pieces, each dream tangled with the same sound. My voice calling from the mouth of the den, late, always late. When dawn came pale and thin, we packed quickly. Jonah said he remembered the direction we had come from and insisted we retrace our steps. I agreed, though my pride snarled inside me. And for the first time I admitted aloud that perhaps the dotted path was not a path at all. We moved quickly, but the forest seemed altered, as though the shapes of the trees had shifted in the night. The clearing with the boots was nowhere to be found. The faint trail had vanished. Only the pale light, the hush of wind, and the heavy beat of something unseen watching from behind. We walked in silence, conserving words as though they cost us dearly. At one point Lena touched my arm, not to comfort me, but to keep me from stepping into a shallow pool that seemed to ripple without breeze. I felt a prickle of shame then, realizing how badly I had failed them. I had claimed mastery of the wild, and now the wild was teaching me the cost of arrogance. Each step carried us deeper into uncertainty, and I could not tell if the forest wanted us gone or wanted us to stay forever. And even as we walked, the sound came again, faint at first, then louder, the echo of my name, spilling from somewhere ahead, somewhere just out of sight. Jonah was the first to break the silence, his voice strained but steady as he said, "We needed to move faster." He kept looking over his shoulder as though expecting something to step into view. Marcus carried himself stiffly, gripping a branch he had broken off as a makeshift club, while Lena walked close enough to me that her shoulder brushed mine. I should have been the one reassuring them, should have offered confidence, direction, even apology, but my throat locked tight. Every few steps I heard the faintest whisper of my own name, carried between the trees, timed so perfectly it felt like an echo of my own breath. The land tilted gradually, the incline so subtle at first that I hardly noticed. Jonah stopped once to orient himself, squinting at the angle of the slope, muttering that he did not remember climbing yesterday. He insisted the basin slanted differently, that we should be heading downhill if we wanted to reach the marked trail. He was right, of course. I remembered cresting a low ridge before we reached the clearing, and yet every way forward now seemed to rise. The forest herded us upward, as though downhill had ceased to exist. By midday we stumbled onto another opening in the trees, this one marked not by a fire ring or abandoned gear, but by stone. Dozens of cairns dotted the clearing, stacked neatly, each one no taller than my knee. They were arranged in concentric circles, paths threading between them like a maze. The stones themselves gleamed unnaturally smooth, too uniform, as if sculpted by the same hand. I froze at the edge, unwilling to enter. Jonah said we should skirt around, but Marcus stepped forward, muttering that rocks could not hurt us. He kicked at the nearest pile, scattering the stones, and the forest answered with a sound I can only describe as a sigh. It came from everywhere, leaves rustling in perfect unison, trunks creaking, air shifting all at once. The cairn Marcus had destroyed lay scattered at his feet, but when I glanced back a moment later, the stones were stacked again, taller than before, balanced impossibly. Marcus swore and backed up quickly, his branch held like a shield. Lena clutched my sheave and whispered that she wanted to go home. I had no answer to give her. The maze of cairns pressed against my vision, demanding entry, but I forced us along the outer edge, hurrying as best I could without toppling another. The trail beyond felt wrong in a way I cannot fully capture with words. The trees grew closer together, their branches tangling overhead, so tightly that the light dimmed to a dull twilight, though the sun should have still been high. The air smelled of damp earth and something sharp, like rust. I thought at first it was my imagination, but soon we all noticed. The trunks of the trees were scarred, long gouges running parallel, evenly spaced as though raked by some massive hand. We stopped only once to drink, crouching near a narrow trickle of water running over stone. Jonah warned us not to fill our bottles, saying it smelled wrong, but Marcus did anyway, swearing that water was water. He drank deeply, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. Not long after, he began to cough, at first just clearing his throat, then harder, violent spasms that bent him double. When he spat, the saliva was streaked dark as though with soot. He insisted he was fine, that it was nothing, but none of us dared drink after that. As the hours stretched, hunger gnawed at us, though none of us had the stomach to eat. Each step grew heavier. I counted them in sets of 10, forcing myself forward. Somewhere ahead, faint and distorted, I heard the barking again. My own name threaded through it, spoken too loud, too eager, as though whatever voice had learned how to mimic me, but had not yet mastered subtlety. Elias, Elias, Elias. The others heard it too, though they did not repeat it. We moved faster, not toward the sound but away, though I could not tell if such directions had meaning anymore. When dusk came, there was no question of pressing onward. The forest had begun to shift, subtle but undeniable. Trunks leaning where they had not leaned before, moss spreading in unnatural patterns, branches sagging under invisible weight. We found a small rise of rock and chose it as our camp, reasoning that elevation might at least keep us safer. We lit no fire. The memory of smoke from the night before still clung to me, thick and choking. Instead, we huddled close, our headlamps clicking on only when the dark grew suffocating. It was then that Lena began to cry, She tried to keep it silent, but in the hush of the night every sound carried. I reached out and held her hand, though I had no words to soothe her. Jonah sat apart, scanning the trees with his light, whispering under his breath as though rehearsing prayers he had not spoken in years. Marcus lay on his back, coughing occasionally, muttering curses that slipped into delirious laughter. The sound unsettled me more than the silence. I do not know when I drifted into sleep, only that I awoke to stillness more absolute than before. My headlamp had gone dark, its battery drained, though I had checked it only hours earlier. Across from me, Jonah's light still glowed faintly, casting him in pale shadow. He was not sitting anymore but standing, staring into the trees. His lips moved as though speaking, but no sound emerged. I whispered his name, but he did not turn. Slowly, he stepped forward, one measured pace at a time, as though following a rhythm only he could hear. I scrambled up, grabbing his sleeve. His skin was ice cold, his eyes glassy. He whispered then, though his voice did not sound like his own. It was clipped, deliberate, as though repeating lines from a script. "You are late, Elias. They are waiting. You are late." My blood froze. I shook him hard, shouting his name, and at last his eyes flickered. He collapsed, shuddering, gasping for breath, asking why I had hit him. He remembered nothing. Neither of us slept again. We sat with our backs to the rock, staring at the trees until dawn bled thin and gray. Marcus was feverish by morning, his skin hot, lips cracked. He swore he heard whispers in the night, though he could not repeat them clearly. Lena refused to move, until I swore we would find the real trail again, not some cursed path spiraling us deeper. I promised, though I had no faith in the words. We descended the rise, or tried to. Every route we chose curved subtly upward, leading us back into dense thickets. It was as though the forest itself had bent, reshaping to trap us. My chest ached with the weight of it. The realization that I had led us into a place with rules I did not understand. I began marking trees with my knife, deep cuts into the bark, so that at least we would know if we walked in circles. Hours later, we passed a tree with 3 slashes, identical to the ones I had made. Only the bark was smooth again, the cuts closed over, as though time itself had folded differently here. That was when Marcus collapsed. One moment he walked behind me, coughing, and the next he crumpled into the needles, shaking violently. We rushed to him, but his eyes rolled back, foam flecking his lips. Lena screamed. Jonah tried to hold him down. I shouted his name until my throat tore, but the fit lasted endless minutes before it subsided. When he finally lay still, his chest rose shallowly. His skin was ash gray. We could not carry him far, but leaving him was unthinkable. So we built a litter of branches, lashed together with paracord, and dragged him behind us. Every step felt heavier than the last. The forest grew darker, though the sky above should have been clear. We passed no landmarks, no streams, no clearings, only endless trees, each one scarred with those same parallel marks, each one leaning subtly toward us as though listening. At times I swore I saw figures in the spaces between trunks, silhouettes too tall, too thin, watching without movement. Whenever I turned my light on them, they were gone, replaced by nothing more than bark and shadow. We stopped again near nightfall, too exhausted to press further. Marcus lay barely conscious, muttering words I could not make out. Lena knelt by him, tears streaming, begging me to fix it. Jonah sat rigid, his hands clasped, his eyes darting. And I, prideful, reckless, ruined. I could only sit with my back to the trees, staring into the dark, listening for the voice that carried my name like a lure. It came again, just as I feared. Only this time it was not alone. The voice carried first from the left, then from the right, shifting between the trees like a hunter circling prey. Each call was the same, my name spoken in my exact tone, my exact cadence, but always with a fraction too much eagerness, like someone rehearsing delight without understanding what caused it. Elias, Elias, Elias. Then came the others. Lena's name, drawn out in a breathless whisper. Jonah's name spoken, with a rasp that scraped against the silence. Marcus's name stretched like a prayer. They threaded together until the clearing hummed with a chorus that did not belong. Lena clamped her hands over her ears, sobbing. Jonah swore under his breath, rocking back and forth. Marcus moaned softly, his lips forming words though no sound came. I gripped the branch I had carried, knuckles white, and shouted into the dark to stop, to leave us alone. The voices obeyed. The silence that followed was worse. I thought for a moment that it was over, that the forest had tired of its game. But then the sound returned, not spoken this time but written. I saw it in the dirt before me. Letters etched fresh in the soil, though no hand touched it, my name repeated again and again in neat rows. I kicked at the ground, scattering the letters. But when I looked back, more had appeared, stretching outward, curling into spirals that led between the trees. Jonah snapped then. He stood suddenly, his eyes wild, insisting that if the forest wanted us, we should go to it rather than wait to be taken. He staggered toward the spirals, ignoring Lena's pleas, ignoring my hand grabbing at his sleeve. He broke into a run, vanishing between the trunks. His light bobbed once, twice, then was swallowed whole. His name was still whispered all around us, but it no longer sounded like an echo. It sounded like possession. Lena collapsed against me, shaking. Marcus coughed violently, choking, and I saw his chest seize with every spasm. I pressed a hand against him, helpless, listening to the forest shift. Branches groaned overhead, bending lower as though weight pressed upon them. The air grew heavy, thick, impossible to breathe. I realized with a cold certainty that the forest did not want us to leave. It had shaped itself to keep us here, and each decision I had made had only bound us tighter. I told Lena we had to move. She shook her head, refusing. I took her by the shoulders, forced her to meet my eyes, and said if we stayed we would die here, slowly, with our names stolen until nothing of us remained. At last she nodded, tears streaming. We fashioned a crude harness to drag Marcus between us, each of us gripping one end of the paracord. Then we stepped into the dark. I do not remember the hours that followed clearly. The forest blurred into endless trunks, each one scarred, each one leaning inward. The ground shifted beneath us, rising and falling as though breathing. My body moved on instinct, legs pumping though my mind screamed to stop. At times I saw Jonah ahead, his light faint, his body still moving. But when I called out, he did not turn, and the glow would vanish like smoke. Sometime deep into the night, Lena faltered. She stumbled to her knees, whispering that she could not go on. I pulled at her, begged her, but her body shook with exhaustion. Marcus lay limp between us, breath shallow. I pressed my ear to his chest and heard nothing but a faint rasp. He was slipping away, and I knew there was nothing I could do. Lena's sobs filled the air, and I felt the forest lean closer, greedy. The voices began again, softer this time, coaxing rather than commanding. They spoke of warmth, of sleep, of home. I heard my father's voice, long dead, calling me back from the tree line. Lena heard something too, I saw it in her face, the sudden calm. The way she rose as though weightless. She whispered that she saw her mother waiting, that we were safe. She let go of the cord, drifting toward the sound. I lunged, caught her wrist, begged her to stay, but her eyes were already far away. She pulled free, vanishing into the dark. Her name echoed once, twice, then fell silent. I was alone with Marcus, whose chest no longer rose. I knew then that I had lost them all. Lena, Jonah, Marcus. Through arrogance, through decisions I had made with reckless pride. The weight of it crushed me, but I could not stop. Marcus's body on the forest floor, whispering an apology I knew would never reach him, and staggered forward alone. The trees pressed tighter. The air grew colder. My light flickered, battery dying. I stumbled, fell, rose again, driven only by the desperate hope that somewhere ahead the real trail still existed, that the world outside this cursed basin had not dissolved entirely. Each time I blinked, I saw the dog again, standing in the path, its mouth opening too wide, my voice spilling from it like a wound. Elias, Elias, Elias. It always stood just ahead, leading deeper. I forced myself to ignore it, to press sideways, to tear through undergrowth until my arms bled. At last I stumbled into a space that felt different. The ground sloped downward, sharply, and I fell, tumbling over roots and stone until I landed hard on packed earth. When I lifted my head, I saw the faint shimmer of moonlight through the branches above. Real moonlight, pale and steady, not the dim glow of a sky forever sealed. I dragged myself toward it, clawing at the soil, pulling until my body collapsed at the edge of a real trail, wide and firm beneath my palms. I lay there for what felt like hours, trembling, waiting for the forest to pull me back. But dawn came, soft and golden, and the trees no longer leaned. Birds called overhead, sharp and real. The air smelled only of pine and frost. When at last I staggered to my feet, the trail stretched clear in both directions. I chose one and walked, my legs heavy, my chest hollow, my mind broken. By midday I reached the ranger station. They found me half delirious, my clothes torn, my skin scratched raw. I told them fragments of the truth, though not all of it. I could not bring myself to speak of the voices, the cairns, the dog. I told them my friends had been lost, that Marcus had died, that Lena and Jonah had vanished into the trees. Search parties went out, combing the basin for days. They found nothing. No bodies, no gear, not even footprints. The forest had swallowed every trace. I was released after a week in the hospital. Physically, I healed, though the scars linger. But I cannot close my eyes without hearing it still, the echo of my name carried through the dark. Sometimes I dream that Lena calls for me, or that Jonah's light still flickers just ahead, waiting. Sometimes I wake and find words, written faintly in the dust of my floorboards, as though the forest is still reaching for me. I no longer go into the mountains. I no longer trust the silence of trees, or the paths not marked on maps. Yet I cannot escape the truth. My friends are gone, and their names live in a place where the forest speaks. My arrogance led us there. My decisions bound us to it. And though I walked away, I know that one day the voice will find me again, patient, eager, whispering that I am late. Always late.